Righty,
Wilson
everybody.
said he was an isolationist.
Welcome on into the Central Committee stream with your host, Mike from PA. How are we doing today? How's the microphone? Are we loud? Are we clear? How is everybody doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome to the Central Committee stream with your host, Mike from PA. We are live. All right, everybody. Wow. It is May 18th, 2026. Can you believe it? The year is flying by. Can you believe we're almost halfway through the year? It feels like we just started. Like, what the fuck? I'm just settling in. And we're like halfway through the fucking year already. That's the thing. Like, as you get older, the years fly faster and faster. We got to slow it down. We got to put more canon events in here. So much is happening. Just a cog in the machine. Well, welcome, 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 everybody. Wow, we've got so much to talk about. Chud the Builder is going to prison. That guy's fucked. Chud the Builder is fucked. There's a rule in the law. He is a kick nuisance streamer who specializes in racial harassment. We'll talk about it more, but we definitely need to do a Chud the Builder episode on Reaction Podcast. Clavicular got mogged by his judge, which proves the point. You know, like, that's the thing about Clavicular, is it's like every time he gets mogged and people point it out, you're just proving him right. And so, which is actually what I said on our Clavicular episode of the Reaction Podcast. I talked about how Clavicular really is the feminization of male culture, which has always been there. It's always been there, which is like, attractive men have always had an advantage, right? But it wasn't such a strong social pressure where women are socialized that they have to deal with the male gaze 24/7, 365, or they will be heavily punished and socially sanctioned. Clavicular is trying to import that logic into his kind of version of masculinity that really can be just explained as the feminization of gender roles in society. It's like, actually, I kind of think of Clavicular as the beginning of the end of masculinity. Logic like Clavicular is absolutely the beginning of the end. And by the way, is that necessarily a bad thing? Did you see Twitch activated some word filters? Now they censor fuck and loser ass. Not in my chat. You can say fuck. Some people have different levels of filtration of bad words, bro. Maybe you were in another chat where they have like Mormon settings on. You know, that is a thing. Also, chat, you guys are, I can't believe you guys did that. You literally got Claire's fundraiser to $14,900 some dollars. I was sitting there on Friday and I was watching it and I was like, are they gonna remember to fuck me over, or are they gonna miss out? And it's like, holy shit, man. They forgot. Wait, we didn't make the make Pike pay milestone? No, because I forgot to remind you on Friday. I think we ended up at, we're at $15,138.79 after I gave my 500. So, wow. You got away with it this time, mister. You're goddamn right I did. Not exactly chicken feet. Yeah, put that in the pile. I think most people, you know, whenever I say, hey, we're going to get you 5 figures, and then I deliver, that's good, you know? And obviously me throwing 500 in there is a nice little sweetener. Speaking of throwing 500 in there, we've got a hype train. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, I mean, May is always, it always feels like, maybe I'm hallucinating and I'm coping, but I always feel like May is like a slow time for politics. Am I wrong about that? I gotta look, chat, because like I feel like I'm coping. Feels like people are kind of chilling right now, which is crazy to me. I mean, we're not even really that, like, let's check the Mays. So let's see here. We were down quite a bit in 2021 in May. May sucked in 2020, that's for sure. That was like one of my worst months. I think that was like one of my worst months. Yeah, it was my worst month. Okay, 2022. May was kind of it was a little better than April, but still kind of shit. May 2023 was also down. May 2024 was flat. May 2025 was down. In May 2020. May seems like kind of a shitty month for politics. I don't know why. But we're still plowing on. We're still plowing on. Whatever happened to that political test you were taking way back? Which one was that? You're gonna have to remind me. New York Times poll. In the dispute between Israel and the Palestinians, which side do you sympathize with more? Israel or the Palestinians? Palestinians 37, Israel 35. By party, Palestinians 57, Israel 17 for Democrats. Republicans, Israel 66, Palestinians 9. Independents, Palestinians 44, Israel 29. As I've always said, Republicans are fucking Zionists. And that's why this whole like, oh, we gotta like kowtow to Marjorie Taylor Greene shit is stupid as fuck. So we're gonna talk about that. You said you were waiting to create a test to give people their ideology. Oh yeah, good point. I forgot about that. The thing is, I've only really brought on people I like. There's only one exception to that. You know, I don't usually bring on people for like adversarial interviews. I only typically bring people on that I like. Because I don't think, who gives a fuck about me being adversarial with some lib? You know, like I like bringing people on to support them. You know what I mean? I don't see my role as like trying to be yet another, I'm a reporter. Guys, I'm a reporter doing journalism. Like, give me a fucking break. First of all, I don't respect journalists. Can I be completely honest? I think the American attitude of like respecting journalists is complete cope, and it means you really haven't ever dealt with one. And I know a lot of journalists, and I even like some of them. But for the most part, their profession is dog shit, and journalists are garbage. Now, everybody's gonna get mad at me for saying that. It's because you bought propaganda, man. They are paid for by billionaires. They have a job. They follow their job. They know how to move up the ladders by kissing the ass of whatever their publisher wants. And that's what they fucking do. And you're foolish if you think that there's some sort of neutral observer. And the rare exceptions are the people that I like. Amy Goodman, Ryan Grimm. They are the exception that proves the rule. 70% dissatisfied with the Democrats. Jesus Christ. So many things I want to talk about today, chat. Chud the Builder's going to prison. Israel is trying to buy US elections, and I don't know why people aren't more angry about this. Like, why the fuck are people more angry about the fact that Israel is literally buying our elections and people are accepting money, treasonous amounts of money? They're spending like the amount of money they're spending against Thomas Massey is absolutely insane. Like, actually insane. Also, chat, our hype train's about to run out, and I don't know if you noticed, but we had a bit of a sub count dip. So please consider supporting the stream by subscribing. Don't discredit the journalists living on the razor's edge and getting killed by Israel. Okay, those people are obviously, I obviously am not talking about Palestinian journalists or war correspondents that actually go into the shit. I'm talking about the thing is, journalists live off of those people who they hate and who they discredit and who get fired, right? Like, you romanticize the job of journalism with the people that the rest of the journalists fucking hate and steal the valor of. The vast majority of journalists are not brave truth tellers. And again, I respect those people. Of course I do. In fact, I'm almost reverent in my respect for those kind of people. That's not what journalism, the profession, is really about. It's about appealing to your editors, and your editors are appealing to the publisher. So that's what they're really doing. And anybody who has any kind of independent streak or takes journalism that they learned seriously finds themselves out on their ass. It's the idea of journalism versus the institutional reality. Exactly. Oh, that's exactly right, Mythical Tau. Great first time chat. That's exactly what I'm saying, which is, and that's so true of so many things. Also, I have to really formulate my thoughts on this, but I gotta tell you, chat, the moralists, the rad libs, they're starting to get on my nerves. And it's not just that it's about my nerves being annoyed. It's more like, you are really liberal. You're really, really liberal. A lot of people pantomime as if they are left wing when they are just liberal. And I need to organize my thoughts. I need to get some theory together to explain my position. I can't think of anything off the top of my head, even though I know, which is a huge L for me. It means I'm sundowning. But I think the Graham Plattner situation is like a serious I think I want to say what my position is, just so everybody understands. I would vote for 1,000 bloodstained hands of infantrymen into our Congress if they were going to stop funding Israel. All right, like I think people need to understand that, because somebody that is not an impediment to me at all, and it shouldn't be to you either. And if your politics is about your moral evaluation of like other people, you're going to get jerked around by organized money, and you're going to get tricked. Do you think the Zionists give two shits about who? I mean, the CIA Slotkin, does she get 5% of the attention of Graham Plattner? Seriously. Does the online left spend 5% of their time condemning CIA Slotkin? I'm asking you. Do you think the unrepentant Zionist CIA agent, who is a current United States senator, gets 1% of the criticism that Graham Plattner does? And if the answer is no, ask yourself why. I'll explain to you why. Because Graham Plattner represents a threat to the CIA. Graham Plattner represents a threat to the American empire. Graham Plattner represents a threat to Zionism, and Elise Slotkin is their servant. So all of you guys who posture as if you are moral, you're not posting according to morality. If you were posting according to morality, you'd be spending a lot more time trashing Alyssa Slotkin. Why are you not? Because it's not about morality. It's about you being jerked around by organized money and algorithms. It's a fucking joke. You don't have any kind of material basis for your politics. And what I mean by this is, it's not because I don't like Graham Plattner. I want you to understand this. This is not about me liking Graham Plattner, because I don't. I care about the material consequences of his victory, which is Zionism will be defeated publicly in a swing district, in a swing state, and that will be the reason he won. Being pro-Palestine. It will be an earthquake in American politics. That is what matters to me. Wait, you don't? I don't like any politician. I'll be completely honest with you, Chad. I don't like any politician. Although I think I like Claire. I do kind of like Claire. That's more of like, why wouldn't I? She's great. But as far as like my position on shit, and I think what really the reason why I keep coming back to this topic is because I don't think I've heard a mature response to what I'm saying here. Like, the material reality is, if we study the Israel-Palestine genocide, the Israeli genocide of the Palestinians, materially, meaning how is it being accomplished? Like, physically, how is it being accomplished? Like, analyze, go from the tactical battlefield all the way through the logistics chain to all the roots of the Palestinian genocide. How is that being accomplished? My goal is to analyze that conflict and then look at those nodes of vulnerability and attack those nodes of vulnerability from a strategic level, from a logistics level, so that they don't end up resulting in the genocide in Palestine. That is the fundamentals of my analysis. And part of that analysis is the political will of the United States of America, right? Where I have influence, where I can sap the political will of America, that I could make the political class of America suffer for supporting Israel, right? And if that means I have to vote for the bloodstained hands of a regretful infantryman, I will. If it means no more bullets shot into the heads of babies. Like, get your shit together. And I think there's an material. I think it's just it's a moralism, right? Which is like, I don't want to support Graham Plattner because he's an infantryman who has blood on his hands. Who the fuck gives a shit about you? I care about the Palestinians. I want somebody to put a pie in the face of Zionism worldwide, because the day Graham Plattner wins against Susan Collins, one of the reasons that everybody will understand is that he was pro-Palestinian. And every single Democrat will be shitting their boots, and they will be scared. And every single pro-Palestinian advocate and organizer in every fucking congressional district in America will be thinking to themselves, I should challenge my Zionist rep. I could win like Graham Plattner. That's what will happen. And every Zionist will be shitting themselves. And the Israel lobby will be overtaxed. It'll have too many people to defend. And then a bunch of marginal people are going to end up going, I'm going to come out as pro-Palestine to head off these challenges. And I'm going to start voting against Israel. And then Israel will lose fucking funding and will be unable to commit its genocide. That's what happened with the apartheid South Africa. Study a fucking book. Do you think it's because America suddenly declared war on South Africa? No, they went from constructive engagement, where we were literally helping South Africa fight socialist rebellions throughout Africa, to the government collapsing because the United States switched up on them. And like, for me, do you think that we elected nothing but socialists in America to achieve that end? Or the same thing with the Vietnam War? Why did we end the Vietnam War? Because so many people were losing their fucking elections. It was so unpopular. People got scared. Get your shit together, man. I think there's a tendency to look for revenge. Revenge for what? You're American. You're a Westerner. You're not in fucking Palestine. Revenge for what? You don't have anything happen to you. Now, if you did, if you're a Palestinian and you're raging against America and you're anti-American, I completely understand. That's logical. You were fucking genocided. The Americans made it happen. But if you're some white Westerner going like, actually, Graham Plattner, he served in the army. So I'm going to help Zionist Susan Collins, who loves the genocide, get into power so she could vote for more Israel genocide. Graham Plattner says he won't. She says she will. America's support is the reason the genocide is occurring. It is the reason. Without it, it does not exist. Israel does not exist now, as it is today, without American backstop. It simply does not. And that is what matters to me. And if you're not willing to get your hands dirty to stop a genocide, when are you going to get your hands dirty? I would be called immoral by every person in America if it meant the Gaza genocide ended. I would take that on myself. I would take that on myself and be like, yeah, everybody can think I'm an evil piece of shit as long as that ends the genocide of the Palestinians. I don't give a fuck. And neither should you, fucking poser. This is like when I campaigned for Bowman and ultras were telling me he should lose. Yes, remember that? Remember that, chat? When Jamal Bowman and Cori Bush were getting tens of millions of dollars spent against them in their primaries? And then there was a bunch of like LARPer ultras who were protesting their campaign rallies because they voted for Israel years ago and have renounced it and were now taking a firm anti-Zionist stance. And they got replaced by some of the most pro-Israel reps in all of Congress. Look at the Palestine tracker. Let's go to the bottom of the Palestine tracker. There he is. Instead of Jamal Bowman, we have George Latimer, who's the 196th most pro-Palestinian Democrat, meaning he votes with Palestine 8% of the time. Wesley Bell, where's Bell? He is 184, tied for 184th most pro-Palestinian. He votes with Palestine 11% of the time. AIPAC, DMFI. So we've officially we have exchanged two of the most pro-Palestinian reps for two of the most pro-genocide reps. If you don't think that matters, you're a fucking idiot. And this is the stuff that pisses me off, right? This is the stuff that pisses me off. We need to get our shit together, man. Did you see that Carvin Hackle, the British left, posted another dozen times about Graham Plattner and made, oh, he's the UK where Tommy Robertson and white nationalists are marching on the street to cleanse UK of Muslims as an immigrant, but he's concerned about Plattner. Plattner, who, by the way, is making it a point to oppose Islamophobia. So, like, get your shit together, right? The obsession with Plattner has become insufferable with these No, it's useful. I'm actually glad. Can I just say this? I'm glad that we're having this cleavage, right? Because Hassan and I, going into next year, or going into this year and the next couple years, I need you guys to get girded up for war. We're actually going to stop just criticizing shit, and we're going to be entering, and so we're supporting candidates. We are trying to change the world. We're not pessimists. We're not going to hang back and criticize. We're not going to pine for some magic new party that's just going to arise. By the way, if events occur that give that opportunity a legitimate opening, then I will go for that. Just like I did with the Brits. You can see that I'm not lying, right? I'm not telling you to vote for the Labour Party. I'm telling you, if you're British, to vote for the Green Party. I wanted your party, but it blew up, and then Green Party rose, and now I'm saying support the Greens. I have a proven track record of, if the opportunity really does start to arise, I will tell you to vote for the new party. I'm not some sort of Democrat. I'm not some sort of like sheepdog. I'm telling you to support the Greens in the UK. You can literally see me tell you to support Mélenchon in France. You can see the fact that I am, time and time again, whenever there's an opportunity for a true left-wing party that pops up, I will tell you to do that. I mean, it's not like I'm sheepdogging you towards center-left parties for some fucking reason. It's a tactical decision only. Because I recognize the nature of the Democratic Party is that they have no real control. If we win the elections, we win the power. That's why I appreciate you. You ruthlessly want to see your vision executed even at the expense of periodic. No, here's the thing, guys. We are in stage 1 of socialism in America. We are incubating it. We are throwing off the remnants of the Red Scare. We are still in the incubation stage. Understand myself to be, I'm a self-consciously revolutionary socialist who understands the stage of American political development. And I have looked and I have been a part of this movement for over a decade. And I can tell you that these socialist candidates and political movements and campaigns have been promoting and growing our movement. That's why I support them. Not because I think Zoran or AOC is the final form of socialism or whatever the fuck, or the Green New Deal is where we need to stop. Are you fucking silly? I just don't believe in tailing spontaneous shit. I'm trying to build up stuff from the very sparse raw resources that we have. I was appreciating you for not being a LARPer. I mean, I am the ultimate LARPer in the sense that I don't see a horizon that I don't see the shining city on the hill that I'm walking to. The future, the far-flung future is in the mists as far as I'm concerned. I'm up to my ankles in the blood of Zionists. Metaphorically, I'm battling them on a metaphorical battlefield, okay? No actual violence, okay? I'm just saying that we're fighting in the trenches metaphorically, okay? There's no violence, okay? Metaphorically. This motherfucker can't take a compliment. Thank you. And no, I can't. Because I think something was broken in me a long time ago where I feel like it's kind of cringe, which is bad. You need to learn how to appreciate others, but it's just like, feels cringe. God damn it, Mike, stop using these analogies. What do you mean? We're battling in the marketplace of ideas only, okay?
We have breaking news in one of the criminal cases against Luigi Mangione, the man who's accused of killing United Healthcare CEO. He's appearing right now in a New York City courtroom. Moments ago, the judge, Gregory Caro, issued a major ruling. He says state prosecutors will be allowed to use some key evidence recovered during his arrest in Altoona, Pennsylvania, back in December of 2024. But other key pieces of evidence will now be suppressed. Put simply, a partial win for the defense. So what stays in? Well, a firearm and notebooks discovered in Mangione's backpack. What is suppressed? Electronic devices, including his cell phone and computer chip, and the firearm magazine. The judge also ruled some of the statements Mangione allegedly made to investigators at that McDonald's will be admissible as long as he wasn't officially considered in custody at that time. The 28-year-old suspect has pleaded not guilty to both state and federal charges stemming from the killing of Brian Thompson outside a Manhattan hotel. Let's bring in NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos for more on these proceedings today. We're just digesting it now. Bottom line, this is a surprise that even the defense is getting some sort of victory here. And really, when it comes, let's start with the physical evidence here, things like the gun and the notebook versus the magazines, the wallet, the passport, things like that. It really comes down to what was actually confiscated.
I can't believe he kept the gun. That's so crazy to me. That's so crazy to me. He got caught in Altoona, Pennsylvania. I just want to show you something. Just the middle of bumblefuck nowhere. It's like, it's like right in the Appalachian Mountains. He drove past the Rothrock State Forest, or he took a bus. Like, just walk out of the state forest and throw the gun into a fucking ditch. Why are you hanging on to it? The Rothrock State Forest has 96,000 acres. No one's finding shit in there. I just don't understand it. Why would you hang on to the murder weapon? It's crazy. What murder? Yeah, good point. Because he's innocent. So true. He was just exercising his Second Amendment rights. He had nothing to do with it. Good point, Chad.
At the McDonald's versus what was then later taken out of the backpack while he was at the police station. Walk us through this decision.
Exactly right. This is a surprise. These motions are rarely granted. They're very difficult to win. And even a partial win here is a massive win for the defense. And you're exactly right. So the Fourth Amendment prohibits searches without a warrant. But there are so many exceptions to the warrant requirement. And in this case, when they approached Mangione, once he was secure and the bag was 9 feet away, then they needed a warrant because it was no longer in what is called his grabbable area, his wingspan. If it's something he could theoretically still reach, like a firearm, then they can search it incident to arrest for obvious reasons, officer safety. But in this case, because he was secured, the bag's 9 feet away, they're no longer in officer safety land. So anything that was searched and discovered at the McDonald's essentially is being suppressed. But interestingly enough, once they take it back to the station and they conduct what's called an inventory search, they did that largely correctly. And they got to other evidence that they didn't look at McDonald's, including the firearm, which to me is the biggest piece of evidence that stays in. That will stay in because the inventory search was proper.
And that's what's interesting. Maybe some people didn't realize about
It's
this.
so obviously bullshit that they like responded to a tip that it's actually insane. Like, we are living under, like, they know where everybody is, right? Like, this is so obviously not a tip. They knew who he was. Like, they, you know, they weren't like, this might look like the guy. Like, no, they were like, okay, Luigi Mangione did the killing. Like, we're tracking him through like his burner phone that got associated with his real phone, because when he bought them, they were close to each other, and it got activated close to his phone or whatever the fuck. You know what I mean? Like, there's no way. Like, it's just silly. Or there was facial recognition in the McDonald's kiosks. Like, we already live in this panopticon. They just don't use it to make our lives any better. You know? The reason why people get so mad at China is because with their panopticon, they use it to make everybody's, like, you know, at least everybody is physically safe and your property doesn't get stolen, right? So we have all the worst features of mass surveillance and none of the benefits. At least in China, they keep you safe. You lose your wallet, nobody's stealing that shit. If somebody breaks into your car, they find out who did it and arrest them. So everybody's like, I'm not gonna steal that shit. Not fucking worth.
Case was initially when they searched his backpack. The magazine was one of the things they found, but not the actual handgun itself. That was discovered later when they were processing the backpack back at the police station. Big picture, what does this mean for the case? Because I feel like if the gun stays in and the notebook stays in, which allegedly includes some writings about the healthcare industry and things that could go to motive, that seems like a big deal. But not having the magazine, not having the cell phone, the passport, the wallet, how could that hurt the prosecution?
Look, here's the thing. The prosecution has a lot of evidence against Luigi Mangione, but the defense here has done an amazing job. And obviously, I'm a defense attorney, so I'm a little biased, but I understand the uphill battle they've had at every turn. And this motion was always a long shot. And I expected, I said it on the morning show with you, Joe, that I expected this motion to be flat out denied, just as the similar motion was denied in federal court. So even a partial win, it doesn't mean the case goes away. As you know, the government or the prosecution still has a lot of evidence against him. And you're right, the gun, to me, is the most important. But that is the way criminal defense works. You chip away. It's death by 1,000 cuts, figuratively. It's a saying. So you try to chop away at the prosecution's case. And two things can happen. Either the case might get too weak, or you can negotiate a better outcome for your client.
The defense is just looking for reasonable doubt in the mind of one juror, and that's what makes the difference here. So that's some of the physical evidence here. Another question was some of the statements that were actually made by Mangione, whether he had basically had his Miranda rights read to him at that point. And we again sort of have like a split decision. Some things will stay in, some won't. Walk us through that.
Joe, there's perhaps no concept more misunderstood by the public than Miranda. I can't tell you how often somebody will be arrested and they'll come to me or another lawyer and say, this has to be thrown out. They didn't read me my Miranda rights. Wrong. Miranda
has been so thoroughly destroyed by the conservative right-wing court. It's basically only propaganda for TV now. Also, like, pretty much the exclusionary rule is so riddled with holes that it doesn't even matter anymore. Like, the whole, like, the type of legal reality that you get from watching TV is not the reality. Especially if you're a place like Texas, okay? They let in shit that is just prejudicial. They let in stuff that they know is bad and, like, actually leads you to make false convictions. None of this shit is useful. The fruit of the poisonous tree, that's nice as a hypothetical, but in actual reality, they do all sorts of stuff to rehabilitate badly sourced evidence that it doesn't even fucking matter anymore. That's why the only thing you should say to police is, I'm not answering any questions. I assert my right to remain silent, and I assert my right to counsel, and I am terminating this interview. That is the only thing you should say to police. If they decide to arrest you, you'll have to provide your identification. They will search you, incident to arrest, but never consent to any searches. Never, if they try to accuse you of something, say, I cannot respond because I'm asserting my right to remain silent. And that is that. Never, ever, ever consent to any search. Ever. And the reason why that is even if you have absolutely nothing, they can plant shit on you. If you say, yeah, you could search my car, and then they drop a baggie in there, you're fucked. But if you say, I don't consent to any searches, but then they search you anyway, and then they try to plant a baggie on you, then you could at least argue, I didn't consent to that search. Cops are corrupt. Never give them the opportunity to get you. Now, it doesn't mean that there's never a circumstance where you might want to require, I am not an abolitionist in the sense of what I understand it to mean, okay? If you mean by abolition, you mean, yeah, we're going to need to do a lot of police reforms, then yes, I'm that. But if you mean like get rid of all police and public safety officers, I don't agree with that. Because I've been to a bar. I've been to a bar at 2 a.m., okay? Like, I understand that there are assholes who need to be grabbed up once in a while, okay? I just admit I'm guilty before they try anything. It throws them off. Yeah, I would not do that. All right, let's keep going.
Only applies when two things are present.
Are not police dogs false alarming just as big as risk if you deny? If you say I don't consent to any search, presumably they're going to, let's say that they have nothing better to do. And they're like, okay, we're bringing the canine. And you're like, all right. And you sit there and they actually bring the canine and the canine alerts and then they search. You're giving your attorney so many opportunities to argue that evidence that might be discovered be excluded. You're putting yourself in a better position than I consent and then they find the shit and then you're fucked because it's all legal now. And the more arguments you have to exclude evidence, the more likely, let's say that you were dyed in the wool guilty and you were caught because they searched you with a canine. The fact that they had to do that will probably mean you'll get a better plea bargain, because the more strong legal arguments your lawyer has, the higher the likelihood that the DA is going to fail, and the more likely they'll want to give you an easier plea bargain. So the more, even if you're guilty as fuck, you're not going to get more help by cooperating, right? The way that your punishment is determined is based on how strong your defense is, not your guilt or innocence. I've talked to someone that tried to argue that domestic abuse wouldn't happen if police were abolished. This is a woman making the argument, by the way. Yeah, that's the I call that basically anarchist cope. Basically, fundamentally, the reason why I am pretty much anti-anarchist as far as like political ideology and why I advocate against it completely is because a lot of the time, if you push on their thought, you just get to, well, in my fantasy, things will be perfect. And they kind of resent you for being interested in solutions. So it just doesn't, I don't vibe with that. I'm too on the spectrum. I need to have like a plan, I need to have like a mechanism and a plan and a structure. And I don't think that if we abolish capitalism tomorrow, that women are going to stop being abused. I got a case dropped after I got stopped, and the canine found some weed that must have gotten lost there. My lawyer got the case dismissed because I didn't talk, didn't consent to searches, still got arrested, but didn't stay on my record. Oh yeah, I mean, exactly. There you go. Your lawyer was probably like, oh my God, I got the first intelligent client of the year. And then they won. You were literally guilty and you won. Shut the fuck up. Friday wins again.
Are you in custody and are you being interrogated? If police arrest you in an...
Actually, there's a really good Harvard Law Review article on abolition that I recommend that everybody read if you really want to know more. And it's very sympathetic to abolition. But this is basically how I feel, which is I highly recommend this. It's called The Dangerous Few, Taking Seriously Prison Abolition and Its Skeptics. If you want to know more about like the idea of prison abolition and the problems with it and how it is like it's more of a posture than it is like an actual program, right? Then you can read this article. If you really want to understand why I don't get trapped in these stupid like boxes of like, you have to say you're abolitionist or you're not a socialist, and this other shit that's been invented by the CIA to make you stupid. So there you go. Like, I want to live in a world without prisons, right? Like, I think that that is a valuable, if that makes me an abolitionist, then I'm an abolitionist. If you're talking about what we should be doing as a public policy today, then closing all the prisons is not what I would argue for. Timed out for saying Luigi didn't reduce the cost of healthcare. Charm and soft mods. But he did though. They increased their payouts. They did increase their payouts. Investors are pressing United Health Group to deny more care. United Health Group's investors have profited from sky-high coverage denial rates. Now, as the company faces mounting public pressure to approve more patient care, they're suing to stop the insurer from changing its corporate practices. The stockholders are like, CEO gets shot. That's what we hire you people for. I agree that wasting resources on criminals instead of just feeding them to animal sanctuaries is cruel to the rest of us. Yes, you're very much... By the way, I guarantee you're a criminal. Abestus, I guarantee you're a criminal. 100,000% I guarantee you're a criminal. So anything that you want to do to the criminal class, 100% I will do to you. There is no doubt in my mind that you commit multiple crimes a day.
Another case and find drugs on you.
We know what's on your hard drive.
Interrogate you. You had drugs on you.
We know what's on your hard drive. Well, the answer is like whenever about 95% of the people that are focused on extreme, you know, like collective punishment have some sort of like sadism, mental illness, which means they're attracted to all sorts of like criminal impositions. They get off on invading others' rights, right? And they just merely use the criminal shit as like a social shield for their more base urges. So it's pretty clear that you have some sadist impulses, and there's no way that you have those completely under control. You know, you're coming over into my chat and you're saying how you want to kill everybody who's a criminal. You can't even really define what that means. It's very clear that you have some like mental, some sort of fixations. You're not very well adjusted. You're antisocial. You're sadistic. I guarantee you're doing some fucked up shit on that computer. Those hard drives are not clean, okay? So let's just be honest with each other, right? Let's be honest with each other.
So the key here becomes statements must be Mirandized if you're in custody and being interrogated. And that's not always a clear line. So the Supreme Court has said someone's in custody when a reasonable person would believe they're not free to leave. And boy, is this a gray area. And it's evidenced by this decision.
Shit.
The judge concludes that until 9:47 a.m., when he was only approached by 3 officers who did not have their hands on their firearm. By the way, that's a significant factor. At that moment, he was not in custody. But if you look at that video, take a look at that video. If you're Luigi Mangione, would you feel free?
Here's my general feeling. All of this shit has been tortured by the courts because conservative court doesn't like Miranda. So they have all these bullshit rules. And then nerds who go to law school study all these bullshit rules. And the fact is they don't matter. Cutting through brass tacks, why I'm not a lawyer. It's because it's all bullshit. It literally does not matter. You could study these rules all you want, and then you get in front of the right political situation and all of them get changed, right? So I would rather not waste my time memorizing rules that have about as much permanence as a sandcastle on the beach, okay? Like, these things are getting washed away the moment it's politically... I'd rather be the tide than the sandcastle, right? I didn't want to build my life around making sandcastles. I wanted to control the waves, right? That's the way I feel. So law, get the fuck out of here. And everybody who's a lawyer is a coper at this point, because we have a fascist government that literally just breaks the law constantly and ignores the courts constantly. So laws are really for you peasant people. Lawyers finding out the law is fake is one of my favorite genres. As I always say to people, Oliver Wendell Holmes, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, said as much. He said the law is bullshit. So if Oliver Wendell Holmes, one of the premier American jurisprudential scholars, was like, yeah, judges are politicians in robes. Like, I think maybe you should listen to that guy.
To leave with these officers coming up and talking to you? Probably not. Then they say at 9:47, once 8 officers are there, then he doesn't feel free to leave. So everything after 9:47 a.m. that he says is suppressed. Everything before, in theory, is voluntary because he's not in custody. He reasonably, according to the judge, would have felt free to leave.
A reminder here, we have a state case. That's what this case is. We also have a federal case, and the federal judge also looked into some of these very same issues and came up with a different conclusion. Walk us through that discrepancy and what that means.
Yes, motion denied in federal court, and a little while ago, in fact, and that was no surprise to me at all. And you have some slightly different analyses because you're in federal.
If you want to understand how corrupt the American legal system is, look at what they're doing to Maduro, and look what they're trying to do to the Castro. They're trying to claim that Castro is guilty for being associated with the Cuban military as the former leader of the country. They're not even really saying that Maduro committed any crimes. It is a kangaroo court, the president of Venezuela, that they kidnapped illegally.
Versus state court, you have some slightly different procedural issues involved. But you're exactly.
Am I free to leave is one thing you should say at every opportunity to the popo. By the way, they're not stupid. They won't answer you. Just so you know, like, I know people. The reason why I don't usually counsel people ask questions like, "Am I free to leave? Am I being detained?" is they won't answer. The cops will not answer. Just so you understand. Like, you'll go, "Am I being detained? Am I free to go?" They won't answer. They'll say something else. They'll be like, "What are you up to? Can I see your ID? Am I being detained? What are you up to tonight? Hey man, I'm just having a conversation with you." They won't answer. Now, if they're dumb enough to say, "No, you're not being detained," leave immediately, you know, but they won't answer. And if you try to walk, they'll stand in front of you. And then, God forbid you bump into them, they'll take you to the ground and say you assaulted them. So again, you gotta be real careful. Gotta be real careful with cops, okay? And so whenever somebody's like, "Just tell them, ask them if I'm being detained," I'm like, this person has not actually encountered police. Police are really trained well in the law. Now, you may hear me say that and go, "Mike, what the fuck are you talking about? That's not true at all. Cops have no fucking idea what they're like. What are you saying?" No, they aren't. There's only one law the cops believe in. Am I being complied with? And they're all experts in that. They're all expert. Is the cop being disrespected? And every police officer, that's their primary organizing principle. Is the cop being disrespected? Are they being listened to and complied with? And if the answer is no, the penalty is death.
Right, that creates a really strange dichotomy as these cases now move forward with some evidence suppressed in the New York case and virtually none of it suppressed in the federal case. That, again, is a bit of an inconsistency. But the reality is the federal government and the state government typically do not prosecute someone for the same occurrence at the same time. That's not something that happens very often. And I've been very critical of the federal prosecution in this case because, generally speaking, an alleged murder on the streets of New York is something that is the quintessential state crime. It's not really a federal crime. But they've made it into a firearms case, and they're prosecuting it at the same time, which they can do.
All right. So we, again, have a state case and a federal case. Right now, the state case is scheduled to go first. It's about 4 months away. What's next in this process leading up?
We move inexorably toward trial. I don't expect there's going to be any offers considered. It's all or nothing for the defense in both cases. But don't be surprised if you see some last-minute continuances as well. Anything can happen in these high-profile, very complex cases. But I would expect that, especially the federal case, within the next 6 months, even if there is some minor continuance, we're going to see these cases go to trial. And I do not expect there's going to be any plea agreement unless, and this happens sometimes, a defendant gets to the eve of trial. We saw it in Koberger, saw it in other cases, and they say, "You know what? I've just had enough. No mas, I'll plead."
We thank you for watching. And remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or watch live on our YouTube channel.
All right, chat. There is a conversation that I've now got to be involved in, right? We talked about it generally, which was the AOC versus Marjorie Taylor Greene point. But we really need to talk about it because I'm going to stop respecting people that are acting like this is even a question. And by the way, people, honestly, I understand the impulse. The first reaction people are going to have whenever you talk about this is to be like, "Oh God, why are we talking about this?" The reason why you're having that reaction is because you are trying to avoid confrontation. And that is a normal human emotion. I want you to sit with that emotion that you're feeling, like, the feeling of bad where you're like, why do we have to do this? Can't we ignore this? The answer is it cannot be ignored because it causes people to become stupid. And unfortunately, I would rather you feel uncomfortable than for you to be stupid. So I have to correct the stupid behavior. It's like if somebody reached to the middle of the table and put their hand into the mashed potatoes. I'm sorry, but we've gotta have a confrontation now. Like you need to be wrapped on the knuckles, metaphorically, because it's stupid. Chad, is he calling us stupid? Only if you believe that Marjorie Taylor Greene is better for the Palestinian cause than AOC. This is something that I've been saying for a long time. There is no alliance with the right wing. And in fact, the same people that are saying we should embrace Marjorie Taylor Greene are the same people that were pretending there was some sort of populist right 5 years ago, prior to the genocide of Palestine. These people that are saying Marjorie Taylor Greene is good were the same people that was trying to set up some sort of imaginary alliance, red-brown alliance against the establishment. It does not exist. It's fake. What we should be doing is consolidating power on the left and focus like lasers on the mechanisms of seizing state power in this country, which means winning elections and building movements to pressure those politicians while they're in office. That's what we should be doing. It is the lib left version of going, I think we should work with Liz Cheney and Bill Kristol and Tim Miller. It's the same exact shit. You are literally just copying the establishment playbook. It's fucking embarrassing.
And on the other side of this story is like a comparison between Marjorie Taylor Greene and AOC. If you noticed, I never say Marjorie Taylor Greene is a better advocate for Palestinians than AOC is, because I'm not fucking insane. Okay, I'm not an insane person. Unfortunately, many of you have become insane. Maybe not in this community, but certainly in the broader community. There's a lot of people who are like, well, Marjorie Taylor Greene actually, did sacrifice quite a bit. AOC never did. Okay, I don't care. Okay, you guys are fucking silly. You're being totally ridiculous. And there are some people who I actually have great respect for, like Ryan Grimm, who also sometimes advance this cause as well. Okay, no comparison from your viewpoint for sure, no doubt. Let's move on. Yeah, Mehdi actually made a video about it. I know. I wanted to watch this, and there was also a spirited debate between Ryan Grimm and Sam Cedar on this issue as well. Unfortunately, I saw someone get upvoted on your subreddit for saying MTG was better on Israel, Palestine, and AOC. Marjorie Taylor Greene's entire track record on Israel, Palestine is unbelievably worse.
In fact, on the spreadsheet, the Congressional Left Tracker, by the way, the only politicians that are in my trackers or in the DSA or the Socialist trackers are Democrats, because the Republicans all have zeros or like 10%. So here's Marjorie Taylor Greene. She had a 29%. She didn't sponsor humanitarian aid for Gaza, UNRWA emergency funding, blocked the bombs, recognizing the genocide of Palestine, recognizing the Nakba. She voted to allow the Trump administration to revoke nonprofit tax status for pro-Palestinian organizations. She voted for a law that banned BDS and reject the state of Palestine's existence. She voted to ban the State Department from citing the Gaza Health Ministry death toll. She voted to sanction the ICC for the Benjamin Netanyahu warrant. So what the fuck are we? What's BDS? Boycott, divest, and sanction Israel. She wants to make that illegal. She voted for a resolution standing with Israel against Iran and promising more military aid. She voted to condemn From the River to the Sea as anti-Semitic. She voted to condemn the testimony from the University of Harvard, UPenn, and MIT's presidents as not being sufficiently pro-Israel and anti-Palestinian encampment. She voted for the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. She voted that only Hamas's unconditional surrender could save civilian lives. She voted to affirm Israel's right to exist. She voted to ban funds for colleges with events that violate the pro-Israel IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. In other words, if a college has an event with a pro-Palestinian group that calls Israel's actions in Gaza similar to the Nazis, she thinks the entire college should lose federal funding. She voted to censure Rashida Tlaib from saying From the River to the Sea. She voted to condemn pro-Palestinian college students. She wanted to sanction the financial backers of Palestinian militant groups. She voted for the Meeks-McCall anti-Palestinian resolution. She voted to force the American embassy into Jerusalem. She voted for a resolution that said Israel is not racist or an apartheid nation. Again and again and again and again and again and again. As you can see, on the issues, on the reality, Marjorie Taylor Greene, if she was a Democrat, she would be a fucking she would be worse than the average Democrat. You guys are telling me how the Democratic Party establishment is bad and Marjorie Taylor Greene is good, and she'd be worse than the average Democrat on Palestine. She's about as good as Chantel Brown, who got more money from Israel than almost any other Democrat. What the fuck are you saying? John Fetterman is worse. Now, if you're comparing her to John Fetterman, she's better than John Fetterman.
Then Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. It is a shame and a real problem that Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez was outflanked by Marjorie Taylor Greene in a moment where it mattered, right? Where she made, before AOC ever did, the no distinction between defensive and offensive weapons talking point as a provision in a bill, okay? But the very fact that if you were to match her entire career on this issue and what she has done on this issue as opposed to AOC's entire career and what she's done and what she said on this issue, there is no comparison. Okay? We can't just throw the baby out with the bathwater. Okay? We can't just like decide that all of your previous choices, all your previous moves don't fucking matter. We have to be a little bit more critical about people who are newcomers into the fucking fold as well.
The other thing that you guys need to understand is that Marjorie Taylor Greene quit. She didn't do what Thomas Massie is doing, right? She fucking quit because she knew that there was going to be a tough fight. And I admire what Thomas Massie is doing because Thomas Massie is facing more money is being spent against Thomas Massie than any other primary in American history.
The Republican Party is about to face another set of key tests. Louisiana Senator Bill Cassidy and Kentucky Congressman Thomas Massie both face Trump-backed primary challengers in the coming days. They're the latest targets in the president's effort this cycle to oust incumbent members of his own party that he's deemed insufficiently supportive of his agenda. Most recently in Indiana, 5 out of 7 Republicans who had opposed the president's redistricting push were defeated in their primaries. Louisiana Republican Senator Bill Cassidy originally drew President Trump's ire as one of the few Republican senators who voted to convict him during his impeachment trial after the January 6th riot. Cassidy faces 2 challengers in tomorrow's primary race, State Treasurer John Fleming and Congresswoman Julia Letlow, who has Donald Trump's endorsement, a fact she's touted heavily in campaign ads.
Cassidy and Fleming, never Trumpers, we'll never, ever vote for.
I'm thrilled to give my complete and total endorsement to your next United States Senator from Louisiana, Julia Letlow.
While President Trump is backing Letlow, a Trump political advisor recently told NBC News the president and his advisors are more focused on defeating Kentucky Republican Thomas Massie. That primary is coming up on Tuesday, with Massie facing a challenge from his Trump-backed opponent, Ed Galrine. Massie spoke to my colleague, Julie Sirkin, about why he thinks his race is a referendum for his party.
I vote with the party 90% of the time, but there's 10% of the time where I think my constituents are better served by a different vote. If more people would speak up, and I think that is, you're getting to the nub of why they're attacking me and why this is the most expensive race in the history of Congress, congressional primaries. It's because they want everybody else to go along, to get along. And if they let one guy come up here and vote his conscience and vote the way he campaigned and vote for his constituents instead of rubber stamping the party menu that day, then there might be others who are encouraged to do that. And so that's why I'm fighting so hard. This is a fight worth winning. It's a national referendum. There'll be international cameras at my election day victory party because it has ramifications.
Congressman Massie's race is just one of several key primary races we will be watching on Tuesday. Joining me now is the panel, Kadia Goba, politics reporter for Notice, Chuck Rocha, Democratic strategist and president.
Mike, have you seen the multiple reports about motor oil shortages coming up? Nissan, Toyota, AutoZone, Mobile, Chevron all say motor oil, diesel oil, and especially lube shortages starting in June. Oh, yeah. What do you mean? I've been talking about this forever. Again, the markets are not going to like snap back to reality because Donald Trump, they are completely enamored with Donald Trump. The capitalist class is in love with Donald Trump. And in fact, they're manic. I've been like kind of thinking about this shit, but the capitalist class is in a fascist mania and they love Donald Trump. And so they believe that Donald Trump can just push the "we'll never have a recession" button. It's like ironically more Keynesian than they have this kind of fascist Keynesian I'm going to get bailed out mindset, and the music will never stop. It's honestly people, how do I explain it? It's like a meteor is about to hit Earth and everybody's just on top of roofs partying. Everybody's coked out of their mind, partying, fucking, just running around because they know the end is near. Everything is just so decoupled from any amount of reality.
Of Solidarity Strategies and Republican strategist Matt Gorman. He is also an NBC News contributor. Thanks to all of you.
I heard they were going to like lift sanctions on Russia at this point. Like, I think that was being discussed today, that they might just lift all sanctions on Russia because they're about to run out of fucking oil. Hold on, let me find the article.
We are about to head into an exciting series of primary races, starting with Saturday night. Kadia, let me start with you on this Cassidy race. How much jeopardy is he in? Could Julia Letlow pull off a win, or is this going to go to a runoff? How do you see it?
Yeah, you know, polling a month ago suggested that he wasn't doing well. Cassidy was about a few points under Letlow, as well as Fleming. He's polling under them.
Okay, he lost, so we don't care about this race. Cassidy lost, by the way.
Congressman who's been more outspoken and broken with President Trump on more issues publicly, the Epstein files, voting against the big, beautiful bill. Matt, how do you see that race playing out with Ed Galrein?
Yeah, I mean, I think Massey's in a lot of trouble. You can't at 1 minute say, accuse the Trump administration of being, quote, the Epstein administration, as Thomas Massey has done, and then the next breath brag how much you vote with Donald Trump. I think it's...
So, and by the way, the Republican Party is a Trump cult, and it has been for a very long time. And so anytime the Democrats try to create some sort of mythical Republican who's not a Trump cultist, they are lying to you. That person does not exist. And so Thomas Massey, who is probably the most famous libertarian politician in American history at this point, after, Ron Paul, he's fucked. He's absolutely fucked.
It's a little disingenuous, but look, I think, Massey had an advantage to start. Galrein's come on. I think, especially this will be the only big primary in Kentucky because you don't really have as much of a competitive Senate race driving a ton of turnout, especially in Massey's district. So I think, Massey is going to be in a lot of trouble. Now, what I'm curious about is if he goes down, what does he do for the next, 5 months or so? They still essentially need his presence in Congress.
Yeah, it's a great question. What are you going to be watching for, Chuck?
Well, first of all, there's nothing like the smell of Republicans fighting each other in the afternoon here in Washington, D.C. Us Democrats love that. Let me explain what I mean by that, is that every dollar that's spent in this primary in Kentucky or in a primary in Louisiana where these folks don't have to be spending money against each other, they could be spending on beating Democrats. So it's a good thing for the Democrats. The next point is this Massey thing has become the most expensive primary in the history of Kentucky. And the last thing in Louisiana we should remind everybody is that it's a top two system. There's a chance that the incumbent does not even make the runoff. Yeah. Right. But there's a lot of craziness going on right now.
What about that point about the dollars and cents of this, Matt, and the concern? And I've spoken to some Republicans who say we are having to put money into races that we don't necessarily.
35 million in Indiana.
Well, Massey already votes like a Democrat, so we're essentially putting money to defeat a Democrat. That's pretty big, 10%.
I mean, he's right, though. I mean, the Republican Party is the party of Zionism. So if Massey votes against Israel even one time, he's voting against the party. Like, I think you need to understand that the Republican Party is the party of Zionist supremacy. Either you bow down and worship the idol of Israel or you're not a Republican. That's really the fucking truth.
You just mentioned it there. I mean, procedural votes, congratulations. So again, we can defeat Thomas Massey there. I think the other part is, Chuck does make a point on this. There is a very good chance that Cassidy does not make the runoff. I mean, Fleming has come on strong. Letlow struggled to start her campaign, but has escalated. And again, Fleming's a former congressman in and of itself. He's not a nobody. He actually served in the seat Mike Johnson took over for. So that is something to watch very closely. A Letlow versus Fleming runoff is certainly not out of the question. Where Cassidy, again, nowhere to be found.
Look, it's really, really important to know that this is a Saturday election. It's a Republican primary. There's one place Donald Trump is still a superstar, and that's in a Republican low turnout primary. That means these folks love Donald Trump. That's why it's not too good for Cassidy.
Kadia, let's talk about Georgia. A lot to talk about there. We've got the Senate race there. Brian Kemp, the governor, supporting Derek Dooley. He's the former football coach who's facing off against two members of Congress. The race to try to unseat Jon Ossoff, the Democrat there. What are you going to be watching for?
Obviously, who is the next candidate to run against Ossoff? Like, many people have.
I don't think Jon Ossoff is going to. Jon Ossoff is so lucky. He's so lucky that Kamala Harris lost. Because if Jon Ossoff was, can you imagine if Kamala Harris had won? Jon Ossoff would be 15 points underwater. He would be heading to he would be getting onto a rocket ship to immigrate to Venus if Kamala Harris had won. But luckily for him, she didn't. And I think like one of the most important points about this like entire pro AOC, anti AOC, argument from Hassan is that we've got to get people to get their shit together, man. Like we've got to get people to get their shit together. I'm sorry, like Brianna Joy Gray, like, okay, I hate this account. This post leftist account hates me, by the way. So I'm showing a hater account because the arguments that are about to be made are so bad. I just want to show them to you. I don't want to characterize them anymore. I just want you guys to listen to this and then tell me what your reaction is.
Yeah, it's crazy. I know many, people on the left who would happily vote for Tucker Carlson before AOC.
Okay, so I know many people on the left who would happily vote for Tucker Carlson over AOC, nodding and saying, yeah, okay, here's what I got to say to you guys. You guys are, there's something going on with you guys. You've lost it. You've lost it. And I'm sorry, but Brianna Joy Gray, you hated AOC since she came into Congress. You have hated AOC since she came into Congress. What are you saying? You tried to cause her to, you tried to ruin her reputation because you and Jimmy Dore invented something called Force the Vote, where you were going to like force the squad to withhold their vote for Nancy Pelosi to be Speaker of the House in exchange for a vote on Medicare for all that would have lost 310 to the remainder, right? Like it would have been a meaningless and no one would have given a fuck. And you thought it was some sort of grand tactical move that would have done what? We know who's opposed to Medicare for all. They're not co-sponsoring Medicare for all. It's not complicated. The problem is not that we don't know who's against it. The problem is we don't have an organized left that can primary people out of office if they don't agree to our demands. That's the problem. And the largest left winger you spend your entire career trashing. You and Virgil Texas and Jimmy Dore. By the way, where are they, by the way? Where is Jimmy Dore and Virgil Texas these days? So what the fuck are you saying? Oh, man, it's because AOC, she made that speech saying Israel, that Kamala Harris is working hard tirelessly for a ceasefire. That's why I hate AOC. No, you hated AOC because she ignored your stupid argument. And then you showed up with 20 people in Congress for the Force the Vote protest. If I did a meetup right now with no fucking preparation, I would get more people than showed up to the Force the Vote protest you organized. Okay? Like you guys have absolutely no motion whatsoever. So what the fuck are you even saying? It's not even true. Also, and then again, there's a reason why I keep bringing up the spreadsheet, chat, because the spreadsheet actually shows you where people stand on Israel, right? It actually shows you. There are 4 people in Congress that have a better voting record than AOC on Israel-Palestine. 4. I want you to think about all the politicians in America that are better than AOC that could plausibly win the presidency. And the answer is there is no one. Now, I want AOC to be better. And in fact, she's come out against some of these votes that she made. And she has moved in our direction exactly from the pressure that we've put on her. So you have somebody who is the 5th best politician in the country on Palestine. And by the way, this tracker is extremely harsh, right? No other tracker would call her a B. PalPac calls AOC an A, I believe. I'm pretty sure PalPac gives AOC an A. I have to find their maybe it isn't, maybe there's somebody had a scorecard. There was another pro-Palestinian, Palestine group. Fuck, what is it? There's like, I'm trying to like find. Oh, it's AJP. This is the one. This is the one. Thank you. I figured it out. It's the AJP scorecard. Regrettably, only 4 Congress members earned an A grade. Rashida Tlaib, Cori Bush, Ilhan Omar, and Dila Ramirez. Representative Tlaib scored the highest with 96, closely followed by Representative Bush at 93. Representative Bush is not in Congress anymore. She was primaried out. There's only 3 people that are higher than her. Jamal Bowman, primaried out. Actually, this might be an old scorecard. Oh, they give her a B because she didn't sign this this letter. Like, that should tell you where we're standing on this issue. So like anybody saying, oh, I would vote for Tucker Carlson over AOC, you've lost it. You've actually fucking lost it. And when we talk about all the other issues, AOC is 97 on the scorecard. Like, you have to be grifting at this point. And the thing is, like, there's some people that will look at this and they'll go, ah, ha, ha, you care about a scorecard. Yeah, you're goddamn right, I do. I absolutely care about what the person actually does. I don't just care about posturing on social media. And I don't think you should either. The reason why I'm taking this position, even though it's damaging to me, instead of me, well, I confront mutuals on this. I confront friends on this. I speak out against this. I tell people, you need to get your shit together. You need to grow up. You know, they're like, it's fun to like yell at AOC needs to end. Okay. Unless you have a political outcome you're aiming at. The anti-AOC grift, you either need to fully become a Republican or get with the fucking program. And that's not to say you don't criticize her. I criticize her all the time, but on real shit. And I'm sorry, this stuff is embarrassing.
Yeah, it's crazy. I know many, people on the left who would happily vote for Tucker Carlson before AOC.
Okay, so I'm sorry, I gotta pause it there. I know a lot of people on the left who would happily vote for Tucker Carlson over AOC. Your friends have lost their minds. Who are you talking about? Your friends have lost their fucking minds. And I gotta be honest with you, chat. I can't help but feel like this is some sort of parasocial relationship. Now, parasocial relationships, people tend to think of them as positive, right? Like where somebody is obsessed with someone in a positive way. They like them. They like think they're friends. They send them money. They send them gifts. They form this like one-sided positive relationship. But parasocial relationships can also be negative. They don't have to be positive. And what you're seeing right now, ladies and gentlemen, is a negative parasocial relationship where they have made AOC into some sort of like social enemy, right? That's what this is. But she's not playing the game. She doesn't know you, right? She's not in your world. She's like you have made this like you've made her into your rival, but you're not on the field. Like you're in the stands. And it has caused these people to lose sight of what politics is about, which is it's about power. I want DSA to have more power. I want the socialist movement to have more power. I want the pro-Palestinian movement to have more power. That's what I want. I want American labor to have more power. Will Tucker Carlson deliver on any of those things? Will Tucker Carlson's campaign deliver any of those things? Even a single one? If the answer is no, what are you saying? What are you doing? And the answer I have to arrive at is you're grifting for, honestly, double-digit IQ fans or people that have some sort of depression that manifests in their political analysis. One of the things that I've noticed is that I have confronted people on this. I have DM'd people and being like, what's going on with you and AOC? Your shit's fucking insane. And they're like, well, she's not going to win. She's going to lose. And then she'll have to endorse the blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, why are you pessimistic? Let's assume she wins. You don't think she'll be better than Gavin Newsom? Well, if she wins, they're going to block her. And then the left is going to look bad because we're not going to be able to succeed. That's what every single one of them are like. When you actually confront them and be like, what the fuck are you saying? It's just bullshit. It's doomer shit. It's liberal shit, to be honest with you. And I think Zohran Mamdani is a perfect example of this, right? Which is they said Zohran Mamdani was going to go in there and sell everybody out, which he has not done. He's gone in there and been a mayor in a city with an establishment that's dead set against him. And he's delivered all sorts of wins. And the socialist movement looks good because of our association with him. Now, there's other things of his that I want to criticize him. I want him to be harsher on ICE. I talked to Claire Valdez, his close ally, on the stream last Wednesday. And she told me she's 100% on board with that. And we're going to fight, defund, and abolish ICE. So Zohran Mamdani is campaigning for somebody who wants to go to Congress to abolish ICE. Abolish ICE is growing in the American political mind. AOC campaigns for that issue. You don't think that matters? You think Tucker Carlson wants to abolish ICE? Tucker Carlson was cheering in the White House for the kidnapping of Maduro out of Venezuela. What do you mean the left or the anti? He's not even anti-imperialist. He's just anti-Semitic. He doesn't like that the Jews in Israel have so much influence. I don't like the fact that a foreign state is committing genocide. That's the difference between the two of us. He's an anti-Semite. I'm an anti-Zionist. The fuck are you saying?
I'm frustrated by that dynamic because I don't want Tucker Carlson to be president. I also can't see myself damaging my own credibility by
with who? Your credibility with who? Your 100,000 YouTube subscribers? What the fuck are you saying? Damage your credibility with who? What movement are you a part of? What organization do you lead? What are you saying? What reputation? What reputation? My brand! I've been making my brand about AOC trashing, and I'm gonna have to pivot. And it's embarrassing that you're gonna have to pivot after you spent the last 6 years trashing AOC. You're now gonna have to pivot, and you look stupid because you were stupid for 6 years. This is, ladies and gentlemen, this is called sunk cost fallacy. She built her brand, snarking AOC, and now it turns out that AOC's tactics may actually lead to power for the socialist movement. And she can't look stupid in front of her audience. She can't. So she'd rather sink into the mire with Tucker Carlson. Embarrassing.
Someone to vote for AOC. Like, these options hurt us all.
These options hurt us all. Yeah, guys. The not even 40-year-old young socialist woman who's got a 97% voting record on the left's issues in Congress is one of the most popular politicians in America, and that hurts us? What? You're fucking nuts. I'm sorry. You're a crank. You're a fucking crank. Now, I've got a lot of criticisms for AOC. When she made that stupid vote against Marjorie Taylor Greene's amendment, I yelled at her. If you go to that post where she tried to, say there's a difference between defensive, offensive weapons, blah, 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 blah. I'm at the top of that post yelling at her and calling her staff stupid. So I criticize her. I go after her. I yell at her when she makes strategic and blunders. But I also understand that we have to be pro-social and not anti-social shut-ins. And you're an anti-social shut-in if you go, well, I have an excuse to hate and distance myself from this person. What the fuck are you saying? Such an embarrassment. It's a real embarrassment. It really is. Okay, this is the one. This is the one that I wanted to watch. Okay.
I think this is like people getting caught up on the aesthetics of it. Maybe it's got to be a little bit of that.
She even unfollow you for your criticisms and you still defend her because I'm not defending her. I'm defending our movement from stupidity. I'll be right back. I gotta pee.
We are oftentimes way more mean to people who are closest to us and closest to our worldview than we are to people who are like recent converts. Like, when you put Marjorie Taylor Greene's entire record on this issue up to the standards of what AOC has done and said on this issue, she literally is like PFLP, okay? Like, it's crazy. Anyway, before we get to more anti-Semitism, more unrestrained anti-Semitism.
Hi, folks. Today's episode is brought to you by
what is this?
My favorites. Hi, folks.
Where's the actual debate? I want to do the debate. Oh, here it is. Okay. I want to watch the debate. It's 14 minutes long between Samuel Cedar and Ryan Grimm, two people that I love, two people that I admire. And I hate to see them fight like this. Okay. But I want to hear what they have to. What is this? That's not the first time I heard you say that. You know, Claude is a man's name, right? Like Claude Monet. It's a joke. I'm joking. In the joke, I'm saying Patrick Bet David weirdly has decided that Cloud is not a good AI tool because it has a woman's name. He thinks Claude is a woman's name. Okay. Oh my God. End joke. Every day is the Autism Power Hour here at the Hasanabi broadcast. Claude Monet is a woman painter. Okay. Many people don't notice. They think Monet and Manet, okay, were actually male painters. They were not. Painting is a woman's sport. That's right. What was Claude Monet painting? Women and flowers. Who likes women and flowers? Other women. I don't care about Claude Monet. I care about making money so much that I'm in the clouds. I'm going to grok it. I'm going to chat GPT it, and we're going to keep going.
Out today on special assignment. Want to welcome back to the program Ryan Grimm, journalist, co-host of Breaking Points, co-founder of DropSite News.
Okay. Wait, did he react to this whole debate? Honestly, I was going to watch this so we could just do a triple react. This is a triple react, so I can react to all three of them. This is amazing. This is the Ouroboros of reacts. I may not do that. Although, because it's a little bit much. But I think the more important point, like, okay, I've tried to explain this. There is an image that I show, and it really needs to be understood. I want to show you this graph. I wish I had a graph of when AOC won her primary. This is the national DSA membership. Okay? Let me show you this. I brought this up before, but it's very important you understand because this is a very important, this is like a key reason why I don't abandon these people, because it organizes people to the left. The best days for DSA's growth were it was like Bernie Sanders 2016 election, Bernie Sanders 2020 election campaign, AOC's primary win in 2018, and Zohran Mamdani's campaign. Like, you can literally see, do you see how Joe Biden won the election and that led to DSA peaking and then starting to fall off? Why was it falling off? Because our politics weren't relevant. That's the answer. No one could seriously justify. I mean, a lot of regular people were like, well, I agree with all their ideas, but like, they can't win power. So I'm just twiddling my thumbs. I'm just fantasizing. I'm just LARPing. And when Zohran Mamdani launched his campaign, and then people were like, wait a minute, DSA can win power. It can change the world. That's what makes people skyrocket. It isn't like I've got the purest theory ideas. The theory idea is for those of us who are already knowingly advanced members of the class. That's me and you. We are the people that need to read theory, but we have to organize others. The theory is to help us sharpen our strategy. Part of that theory is recognizing the conditions we're actually in and working within them to improve the conditions and prepare ourselves for further opportunities. That's what we should be doing right now, instead of focusing on a small social circle. And like, I think if you are one of those people who are like, oh no, Mike, but she's not going to win. She's extremely favorable among black voters, 11 points better than Gavin Newsom, 20 points better than Pete. She's got positive favorability among Hispanic voters. Pete -1, Newsom -8. And she's plus 65 with regular Democrats. Newsom 50, Pete 56. This is from a poll from 5 days ago. So a lot of people criticize her for going to the DNC and giving that dumb speech endorsing Kamala Harris. And I was at the head of the class yelling at all of the people who of the left caucus for endorsing and supporting Kamala Harris because she was so terrible on Gaza. And I felt that it was damaging their credibility. But the truth is, it damaged their credibility with the pro-Palestinian advocate elite. But AOC has now firmly ensconced herself among Democrats as the most likable politician. So we need to be smart and go, her positions are the best. What she actually stands for is amazing and lines up with us. And she's tricked regular Democrats into liking her. Now, there's a few things I didn't like and I disagree with, and I feel like she should address. She should come out and be harshly critical of Kamala Harris. And I think she will be. I think if Kamala Harris runs for president, and I think she will, in order for AOC to actually distance herself from Kamala Harris, she's going to have to make that contrast. Just like Barack Obama made the contrast between himself and Hillary Clinton. She's going to be forced to do so in the context of a primary if she wants to win. But she's waiting for the right timing. And I think a lot of people don't like AOC because she's operating under her own idea of when to do things. You want her to do it right now. Like, for example, holy, this guy still streams and has viewers. I mean, yeah, I'm probably one of the most successful political streamers in the world. So welcome in. Maybe you can learn something. No, you don't have to ban that guy, Solio. No. I want that guy to be here because it's fun to torture Asmongold and Destiny fans with how stupid they are. And when we talk about her issue position, she's going to win. She has the most credibility attacking billionaires. 95% of Democrats agree. She has the most credibility on abolishing ICE. 78% of Democrats agree. She's got the most credibility on Medicare for all. 85% of Democrats agree. She's got the most credibility on being anti-Iran war. And of all the major presidential candidates, she has the most credibility on calling it a genocide. Why doesn't that matter to people? That to me is a very serious problem. It's like, what is it about AOC? And the answer is, and it's something that I was mentioning about Brianna Joy Gray. Let's be honest, chat. Brianna Joy Gray went to Harvard Law, and she's a relatively unsuccessful podcaster and YouTuber. She was Bernie Sanders' press secretary, and she cannot get a media hit on a mainstream channel to save her life. She has no politicians that she is closely aligned with. I mean, honest to God, I've never seen somebody who had so many advantages fail to turn that into serious political clout. I mean, sure, she could do debates with ContraPoints, but overall, she's just largely irrelevant to America's political reality. And she's certainly no Marxist. She's certainly no Marxist theorist. She's certainly no socialist agitator or organizer. She is a AOC hate pod with leftist aesthetics. But as far as like the substance of what she's doing, it's pretty much nil. This is ContraPoints. Love the new look. No. To be fair to her, she was fired for being anti-genocide. She worked for The Hill, and they fired all their left-wing commentators. But yes, that is true. She did get fired from The Hill for that, which is good. I don't think she realized that she was risking her career when she was saying what she was saying, but I still don't think she should have been fired for that, obviously. She had Zoran on her show multiple times. I mean, what's her position on Zoran now? This poll doesn't matter. This shit doesn't matter. Guys, this is just name recognition. Okay? Like, Kamala Harris has name recognition and she just had $1 billion spent on her. Like, she's always going, this is how it always looks. And then she'll try to go out there and campaign and it'll be a fucking dud. Look at this. You attempted to poop sock and all you got was a 10-minute timeout. Just because people know who you are doesn't mean they like you. Well, name recognition, of course, Democrats are going to like the former Democratic nominee. You saw the same thing with Hillary Clinton. We saw the same thing with Al Gore. We saw the same thing. Every time there's a failed Democratic nominee, you're mentioned on the Fear and Pod. Oh, really? Oh, I'm going to have to check this out. AOC versus Ro Khanna has been a proxy battle for Bernie 2020 versus Bernie 2016. Ro Khanna is no Bernie. Ro Khanna is no Bernie Sanders. I think if you like Ro Khanna for president, he has no motion, guys. Like, he's exactly where he should be. Congress. Like, come on. This is just, I think honestly, if you pick Ro Khanna over AOC, you're really bad at this. He's significantly to AOC's right, especially on cryptocurrency and big tech shit. He's not a socialist, and he's worse than AOC on Israel-Palestine. I mean, we could just look at the tracker. He's got a 62 to AOC's 89. Worse on Palestine, worse on crypto, endorsed by J Street. And again, I don't want to spend my time attacking Ro Khanna, but if he decides to run against AOC for president, then I will spend this will be an anti-Ro Khanna stream. If he actually tries to run against AOC, I'm going to be destroying him. There is absolutely no comparison between the two. It's very, 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 very silly. Anna Kasparian is a gigantic grifter. Bro has little motion, but has enough motion to act as AOC's Liz Warren, but in 2021. I mean, that's what I say. Like, but I'm not, I was too nice to AOC. Or excuse me, I was too nice to Elizabeth Warren. And I was like one of the first people to start going against her.
Who was just in mid-tweet when we brought him on, confirming that he knew people who bought oysters from Graham Plattner.
Take that, New York Times.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the Sam Cedar. Honestly, this is even better content. Sam Cedar versus Ryan Grimm, AOC versus MTG debate. It's so embarrassing. Like, honestly, Ryan looked really bad in this. Ryan looks really bad in this. And I love Ryan, but he got absolutely fucked. Honestly, Sam was too nice. Sam was honest to God too nice.
A lot of important stuff going on over there. Is there a question as to whether Plattner was actually like an oysterman, or was like some question like, was he doing lobsters, or this guy's, you know, he's dragging soft shell clams in? What's going on?
There's some effort to call into question whether or not he's actually an oysterman, or whether he's just kind of playing games at one. It's ironic there, you know, now that Abdul El-Sayed and Plattner, you know, he's leading, Plattner's winning. They're taking El-Sayed down a few pegs, and they're trying to push Plattner up a few pegs. They're like, this guy's not as elite as he says. He wasn't actually a physician. This guy Plattner, he's more elite than he says. He went to this private high school. So maybe they're just going to meet in the middle, and they're just then average guys each.
Debate is like 30 minutes in. Okay.
We've got this that she'd ever
a 80% approval rate are changing. Netzian, I think it was, or something like that. I mean, I don't know if you remember Cory Booker, Josh Shapiro, about one of the, was it Sharif Street, who had tried to redistrict.
They really get into the controversy at this point.
This is what people, why people are tuning in. And so for, you know, my radio instincts are like, you backload this. We would have held people over the commercial break many times. So you tweeted out. Can we find that tweet? We should have probably pulled this. You tweeted out. There's obviously like this happens over and over again. It seems like there's like waves of.
Can you link the tracker? Why are you going to use it responsibly? Or are you going to use it like a moron? Are you going to use it responsibly, or are you going to use it like a moron? It'll be like, Mike, I didn't even know about this vote that you say is bad. Therefore, I hate AOC more. And it's like, you know what I mean? Like that's using it like a moron. Is it set to read? Oh, you think I'm giving a fucking spreadsheet out that any moron can change? Gatekeeping the tracker. I'm not gatekeeping shit here. I just want people to like be better at politics. I like one of the things that's happened in social media is that a lot of people pretend that they understand the legislative process, but they really just use it to try to like, they have an agenda, which is AOC bad, right? And they're grasping at any straw to try to promote that idea. They don't actually have a constructive project because so there's no, so like when they do these kind of propaganda pieces, they're not actually building toward anything, right? And that's something that you should always ask somebody. What is your alternative? What are you actually aiming to do with your action? What is your action attempting to accomplish? What are you aiming to do? And what is your best case scenario? If you don't know those things, you've been manipulated by somebody else. That's actually who has a plan. If you're acting without a plan, then you're acting according to somebody else's plan.
In which ways that AOC is attacked. I'm not saying you were attacking AOC, but that in that waves of attacks. And here it is. Ryan Grimm, here it is. This is what you tweet.
Muse says, I will gladly break down the specific aquaculture at some point when I'm not actively halibut fishing like right now. I'm currently applying for leases in Maine, and suffice it to say, all these critics don't know the first thing they're talking about. Wow, I can't believe people on the internet are just making shit up they know nothing about and smearing someone. Wow, I can't believe it.
Tweeted out. What was the date on this? May 8th or something. Okay, so this is in response to AOC saying that she doesn't personally trust Marjorie Taylor Greene, thinks he's sort of Johnny come lately. She was at an event where they asked her about making transpartisan coalitions.
You know what's really funny about this? A lot of people are angry at AOC for doing something that they do sometimes to AOC. Okay? Everybody picks and chooses who is a better ally on this cause. A lot of the people that are doing this, like a lot of people are mad at AOC for saying, like, I don't really trust Marjorie Taylor Greene. I've seen what she said. I've seen what she's done. I don't think she's being sincere. And it's ironic because the people that are saying, how dare you say that about Marjorie Taylor Greene, are the exact same people who are skeptical of AOC. They're like, oh, you're Johnny come lately. AOCIA and flop site news in one stream. Sarcasm. Okay.
And she's talking about legislation. She's paired up with she's done this many times, maybe more than most in Congress, with Republicans to push legislation. She said, I wouldn't do this with Marjorie Taylor Greene. And
now the reason why AOC is saying this about Marjorie Taylor Greene is because she hates Marjorie Taylor Greene. AOC despises Marjorie Taylor Greene because Marjorie Taylor Greene harassed her. Marjorie Taylor Greene was weird towards her. Marjorie Taylor Greene drunkenly went to her office and shouted in the mail slit and vandalized her guest book. So AOC doesn't personally like Marjorie Taylor Greene, as well as Marjorie Taylor Greene being a psychotic freak who's a racist. So AOC is like, I'm not working with that psycho because she's a fucking white supremacist anti-Semite. And she's right. Now, I personally think that AOC should have voted for the Marjorie Taylor Greene amendment. But that's where the frustration goes, which is Marjorie Taylor Greene is a disgusting piece of shit. And then furthermore, Marjorie, we'll get to it in a minute, but let's suffice it to say, Marjorie Taylor Greene is a grifter.
Who swooped in and wrote, MTG sacrificed her. Hold on for 1 second. You wrote MTG sacrificed her political career to stand against genocide, against Trump, against the Epstein class, and to defend the survivors of Epstein's trafficking. If that doesn't earn credibility, I don't know what possibly could. Okay. What the? I mean, come on.
Why don't we also read what I didn't say there? There are a lot of things I didn't say that people ascribe to that.
Well, let me say this.
Ryan is turning red. Ryan is turning red because, ladies and gentlemen, that is a cringe post. Okay, Marjorie Taylor Greene didn't sacrifice anything. She's just stupid. And then the moment she got one negative Trump tweet, she quit, or truth. She left office. She could have stayed in office, fought a primary, fought for her arguments, fought to lead the Republican Party in an anti-Zionist direction or whatever the fuck Ryan's claiming she's doing. She quit and became a podcast grifter. She's a trust fund baby, multi-millionaire. Her dad owned a real estate development firm. She is sitting there online posting. She gave up congressional power to post.
I disagree with the second word in that, sacrificed.
Mike, feed my need for a soundboard. You know, everybody else got on the soundboard and I was the original. I was the fucking original. And all you liberals started copying me.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Right.
Chat, Mike is
that's
right.
That's just the way
Trump,
it is.
Mike is right.
If you'll recall that her one piece of legislation that she promoted, this amendment to a defense bill, which AOC voted against the entire bill, we should say, came immediately after she was rejected by Donald Trump to run for Senate and for governor in Georgia. He said, no, Marjorie. This is also after she was basically kept from House leadership. So she's got her millions of dollars that she has done by insider trading in the House. Not illegal, but arguably unethical. And she decides she doesn't want to be in Congress anymore, so much so that she's going to resign in 5 months from that time. It was mid-July where she got the axe on the...
Like, real beast mode would be to not resign from Congress, run for re-election, pull a Thomas Massie. I have a lot more respect for Thomas Massie in this cause than I do for AOC. You've probably heard me talk about Thomas Massie quite a bit on this broadcast. Why do I have a different opinion on Thomas Massie, who, by the way...
Can you say Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez one time? You have said everyone else's real names at least once. Because with some people, they are so iconic, you don't have to say their name. FDR, JFK, AOC. You don't have to say their fucking name, their full name, because they're iconic.
Marjorie Taylor Greene, I believe, is like now pushing for Thomas Massie as well. Great. Okay. Oh, did I say AOC? I meant Marjorie Taylor Greene. Sorry. Let me... I'm saying I have a lot more respect for Thomas Massie than I do for Marjorie Taylor Greene. I apologize. I misspoke. Now everyone's going to do a gotcha. Gotcha. Clip it. Hassan likes Thomas Massie more than AOC.
Oh,
we
no, he
got him.
misspoke. No.
We got him. No, I'm talking about, I'm obviously talking about Marjorie Taylor Greene. Okay. Now, why do I have a lot more respect for Thomas Massie than I do for Marjorie Taylor Greene? Because Thomas Massie has some stakes here. That's it. And as far as political preferences goes, of course, I prefer AOC over Thomas Massie and certainly over Marjorie Taylor Greene.
And that's when she also introduced the legislation. So she didn't really sacrifice her political career. She took the only path that was available to her, which is, I'm going to leave. Maybe she'll come back someday.
No, that wasn't the only path. She could have done what Thomas Massie is. She could have raised money from the online right, which is so eager to be anti-Zionist, right? This is the argument that you're making, Ryan, that Brianna Joy Gray and all these other people are making. Your argument is that Marjorie Taylor Greene has earned our support as a fierce anti-Zionist by bucking the party. She could have stayed in, like Thomas Massie, raised money from the gigantic anti-Zionist right that you claim exists, and campaigned in her district and argued against Trump and said Trump is wrong about Israel. Israel has too much influence in our politics. She could have stood in there and taken it and fought, but she quit and folded.
But she had nowhere else to go.
No, there's another path. The path is continuing to be in the House. Lots of people have tried to get Trump's endorsement to run statewide for something, not gotten it, and they keep it moving. Like she didn't have to go after him. No, you don't have to quit. She could.
Oh, she was pissed. She was spurned. I mean, look, she didn't have to do that, but we've seen her impulse control. We played the video of her peering through AOC's letter slot. Maybe drunk, maybe not. I'm not sure which is a better explanation. Sandy, like we can see impulse control is not necessarily her thing, and I don't know. And
by the way, I said separately that I fully understand why AOC personally has a grudge that she's not going to let up.
Oh, sure. It's so funny because
okay, but that's the whole thing. The reason why AOC is bad is because she voted against the Marjorie Taylor Marjorie Taylor Greene amendment, which, by the way, AOC then voted against the entire bill funding Israel, and Marjorie Taylor Greene voted for it. So Marjorie Taylor Greene offered an amendment to defund the Iron Dome that got 7 votes, I believe, or was it 8 out of 435, right? You got 6 votes. I said you should vote for that amendment. It failed, or like 8 votes or whatever. And then Marjorie Taylor Greene went on to vote for funding Israel, and AOC voted against funding Israel. And people try to go, oh, well, AOC should have supported the Marjorie. She's worse than Marjorie Taylor Greene. And it's like,
literally has the books. That it's so. If this is a funny conversation because like Ryan Grimm likes AOC. Ryan Grimm has written extensively about AOC. Ryan Grimm has also written extensively about The Squad. One of the books that he's written is about that.
By the way, We've Got People is a really important book, and I recommend that everyone read it. If you want to know about the history of the American left movement, like the current left movement we have in America, We've Got People is a great survey of that history, and it would bring you up to, 2020 or whatever, or 20, and so you probably remember from there, and you have your own opinions. Okay, but that book, starting with the Rainbow Coalition, I believe it starts with the Rainbow Coalition of Jesse Jackson, if I'm not mistaken. I haven't read it in a few years, but like, if you want a book, kind of give it your bearings about the left and the fights that we had in the past and the recent past, it's a good book for that, right?
MTG has not apologized for that. MTG has targeted her personally, like creepily at her door, online constantly, on the floor, like acting like.
No, he doesn't. You're telling me Ryan Grimm doesn't like AOC.
A weird bully, like.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not even talking about that. I'm actually, I want to stay on the, like, yes, I think she has every reason to personally be like, F this person. I'm never. But if she meant what she was doing, if MTG's agenda. And look, I am happy to have her saying these things that I agree with, and I think they are marginally helpful I'm not sure who her constituency is for this, but I do think they're marginally helpful in the same way that, like, the Washington Wizards are helpful to the Globetrotters. Like, it's good to have, our version of Alan, what was that guy's name on?
Alan Combs.
Combs, yeah.
Yeah.
Hannity and Combs.
I mean, it's good to have.
God, I'm such a loser. This is why I'm a chud-ass loser, chat. Okay, I have no interests. Okay, this is my life. This is all I care about.
Have apostates, right? Like, I'm happy that Bill Kristol is, is out there, and Jen Rubin, and all of the all of those never Trumpers, and she is basically a never Trumper, except for she could have stayed in Congress for another year and had a material impact on votes, and she decided not to do that. And my question is,
bonus question: who's Tucker Carlson's co-host on Crossfire? Rachel Maddow.
Like, how can you say that she sacrificed her political career to stand up against genocide, et cetera, when her career, I think in her mind, was over, at least that career play, stay in the House, do something, because I think she felt like she had to pivot. And the only way that she could do that, she could have done it in the House. She could have been voting with Massey. She could have been, co-sponsoring things with Ro Khanna. She could have been doing all of those things, but instead she just pulled a, what's her face?
Paul Begala chatter. Wait, didn't he do something with Rachel Maddow too? Your hat is wonky. Can you look smarter on your smear clips on Fox, for fuck's sake? Wait, is it wonky? I don't think so. Paul Begalia.
From Sarah Palin.
She should have stayed in the House, and she would have earned more.
So Marjorie Taylor Greene deserves all this credit for what? Getting spurned by Trump, not being allowed to run statewide in Georgia because she would have gotten fucking lost. She would have lost horribly, obviously. So Donald Trump told her, I'm not going to support you running statewide. And then she was denied a leadership role in the House. And so she got butthurt. And then she posted about Israel being bad. And Donald Trump is getting bribed hundreds of millions of dollars from Zionists. So he told her to shut the fuck up, tweeted against her. And so she quit her job. That's what we want to respect? What are we saying here?
Credibility if she'd have done that. And I think she loses credibility by leaving the House. I think that's true. She could have and should have stayed there. Like there's no question about that. You and I basically agree that it's marginally good that she's saying the things that she's saying.
Yes.
And the thing that I was responding to was AOC saying that MTG didn't have credibility on this issue.
She doesn't. I mean, she doesn't, but who cares?
She said it, so I responded to it.
Right.
You can not care. Apparently, a lot of people care. Days later, we're still talking about it.
Yes. But I care more about the idea that she somehow sacrificed and that she
The other part that frustrated me in those comments was she said when there are issues where there's bipartisan establishment support for something, then in those cases, and she said, for instance, banning stock trading. In those instances, I think it's appropriate to work with people we disagree with on other issues. So it's okay to do that for stock trading. What issue has stronger bipartisan establishment support than unapologetic support for Israel? So it's okay to do it for stock trading, but stopping a genocide?
Well,
you can't go there?
Well, wait a second. What is Marjorie Taylor what are they going to do together? She's out of Congress. She left Congress. She might as well be.
If Marjorie Taylor Greene was still in Congress and was a warrior for this cause, then yeah, it's a Thomas Massey situation. Totally on board. But she's not. She got no motion. I don't know if she has the capacity to muster up the forces of conservatism is what I mean. So there's no reason to welcome someone into the fold beyond treating them, I guess, like an influencer who happens to be insane on every other issue. But on this one issue, it's fine.
Just some gadfly. Alex Jones, I'm sure has agreed with something at one point. Should AOC, a congressperson, join with Alex Jones?
That's a fair point too. She brought up MTG.
The same people that want to kill Plattner now hate AOC for having dislike towards Marjorie Taylor Greene. Yeah, I find it really strange how people's politics seemingly are all over the place. And they argue that my politics are all over the place. People will be like, no, I'm consistent on this. Marjorie Taylor Greene is a far better human being than Graham Plattner is. And Tucker Carlson is also far better than Graham Plattner is. They like Tucker Carlson. They like Marjorie Taylor Greene. They hate Graham Plattner. And they hate AOC. I don't know. I feel like I personally always feel like a lot of this resentment comes from like what you see and your hatred towards liberalism. And I duke it out with liberals far more than many of these people do, because many of these people are just online, right? That's the other side of the story, right? Like you're just kind of online. Most liberals will at best use your statements against people like myself and like the broader leftist movement to be like, see, they're insane. They're so crazy. And that's pretty much it. Like I get yelled at by liberals almost as much as I get yelled at by Republicans, right? And as an experienced recipient of liberal angst and enmity, I still think that there are better allegiances that you can craft with the likes of Graham Platt.
This only works in politics, but you apply this reasoning and people would call you a moron. I wasn't made captain, so I quit the team, and weirdo fans then argue she's the best player. I mean, like, the thing about Marjorie Taylor Greene and all of this stuff is it really comes down to whether you really care about the American state, right? Like, and I think a lot of people who talk about politics are doing so as entertainment. They don't actually care about the American state and like what it's doing. And that's what all this politics shit is for, right? Like, you understand that, right? It's to make orders for the millions of people that work for the government and give them things they're supposed to be doing. We want them to do different things than they're doing now. That's what we're doing all this politics for. I'm not doing this because I care about just talking about this as for fun or something. I want to actually change the politicians and the orders that they're giving and the trillions of dollars that are being spent. I want them spent elsewhere. And if you don't think that that is important, you're fucking stupid.
Than with Marjorie Taylor Greene. You get more hate from libs? No, I don't get more hate from libs. I still get way more hate.
Austin leaks your text messages to him in the latest Fear and. Oh, fuck. Here we go.
Morning, because I saw this. One of my associates sent me a message with this poll. And
one of your associates?
Mike from PH sent me a text. He sent me a text.
Okay.
He said to me, he showed me this, and I got to thinking, I was like, Will, you and I.
No, you are not running for office.
Okay.
Put your phone down.
Oh my God. Hold on. This is perfect, actually.
Wait.
This is perfect.
What's perfect?
It's the 200th episode.
Yes.
And so I thought for the 200th episode, we would do something special.
What's
Destroy Hassan's phone with thermite.
No.
Okay.
I like where your head's at.
I was gonna show you what the poll numbers were.
I like where your head's at.
Sure.
I was thinking we give back to our audience for 200 episodes. They've been with us.
Yes, a long time.
200 weeks straight. That's a long time. What's the one thing they've been asking?
Whole.
What's the second thing they've been asking for? So much.
Our phones?
May I introduce to you a new character to the Fear and universe?
What is going on?
This will change the dynamic of Fear and permanently. This is a new chapter. Fear and 2 we're starting now.
What is that?
What is happening?
Everybody close your eyes.
Okay, I'm excited.
Close your eyes.
I don't do eyes being
I
closed.
hate that. Is this another?
I don't. What if?
No, it's not another Batman situation.
It's not another Batman situation. Okay.
Will.
What?
Hold my hand.
There's no way.
Is it going to be scary?
I doubt it's going to be scary.
Open your eyes.
Wow.
Is that the Fear and phone case?
It's a book.
No.
Oh.
Remember when we used to have an ornament?
Put your phones in the box.
Wait, but how am I supposed to look anything up? I guess we have you.
Wow.
The phone box.
Wait, you're going to break the hinges off.
Yeah, but also we do rely on our phones to pull information up.
I'm off the dome.
I can't do
It's not all bad, okay? I thought we can make this a little more interesting too. You can have phone time back. You can have your phone back if you
like children.
If you bring at least one compelling topic to the podcast, then you have phone
that's
time
easy.
back.
I do that every week.
Well, no, he said compelling.
I said compelling.
He didn't say airplane and
Airplanes
gay stuff.
are compelling.
Airplanes and gay stuff.
Airplanes are compelling.
I realized that
guys, one more thing. Here's a video from Tony Hawk.
What?
Just as they were bringing me up, it got derailed. Everyone had to get rid of their phone. Feels bad, man.
Mauricio.
Esteban. I am whispering in all of the greater Hassan universe's ears. You would be a great politician.
From Republicans, come on. Liberals haven't reached.
No, please,
the
not Austin. Oh, what are you saying? Sure, he's got some scandals that are going to have to be worked through. But if we have to do Austin, we have to do Austin.
Of like demanding my denaturalization and deportation yet. Some of them do, but they're just edge cases.
Are
They're
you going
not
to cover the LRR strike in New York City? Probably. I mean, it is centrist union busting as usual.
real liberals, right? Like real liberals are just like, why are you so critical of my favorite candidate, Kamala Harris? You know, like that's like what some liberals say, but they haven't like Jake Tapper has never called for my deportation yet. I don't know if he will in the future. He'll set up the stage for it to happen, but he's never said this on camera. I do think about this a lot though, like the idea that, you know, AOC is an enemy. AOC is a op. AOC is an enemy. Marjorie Taylor Greene, ally. It's strange. Like to say Marjorie Taylor Greene has been a more valuable asset in the anti-Israel cause comes across as transparently nutty to someone like myself. I don't know. It's
just not nutty. It's stupid. It's like actually embarrassing. And I'll tell you what it is. It is something that I keep going back on because I don't know how to fix it. So I just keep calling it out because I think that's the only maybe you guys have an idea. Which is a lot of people are transparently algorithm grifters. And listen, I have to work the algorithm. I have to do things to get more attention. Like right now I have Sam Cedar versus Ryan Grimm, right? Like debate. Like I understand that that's going to draw more people to come want to maybe watch it, right? So I'm playing into some of the tropes. But what are we talking about? We're talking about supporting AOC, the pro-Palestine movement. We're talking about actual political analysis, discussion, the way the discourse is breaking. I'm not going up here and just going like reflexive anti-AOC bullshit and propaganda. And there's a lot of people that make this kind of propaganda where it's just nonstop and there's really no goal and there's really no way to analyze it other than this is saying it's a grift. And I feel like we need to start punishing people for being grifters. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sorry, if you're saying Marjorie Taylor Greene is better than AOC or whatever the fuck, like that's embarrassing. You gotta lose followers for that. You have to like suffer for that because it's so stupid. It's transparently stupid. And they didn't even try making an argument, by the way. They basically made the same type of argument that people made against Bernie Sanders in 2020. He's not electable. I know a lot of Democrats that would vote for Donald Trump over Bernie Sanders because he's too far left. That's basically the argument, which is like, I know a lot of lefties who would happily vote for Tucker Carlson. Boo! Name names. This is nonsense.
Not seeing what you guys are seeing if you feel that way, right?
Gee, like, why? Like, why? Like, what's the point of bringing her up to like sideline her? Like, if she's.
I mean, I think in that context, she should not be paying attention to, you know, a former congressperson. But I imagine that's probably driven by like her personal animosity.
Right.
And,
which again, I get. Like.
But I think the question was like, in what circumstances do you make a transpartisan thing? And I think like there is. I mean, let me put it this way. Do you think?
Yeah, I mean, if you know their voting records, it's not even a question, right? Like, it's just not.
Just broadening out from it. Do you think there are circumstances where there are people that it does not make sense to do? Like, you know, go with God, Tucker Carlson. I'm glad that you are. But I also know I also know there was back in the early days of MSNBC, way back, when Pat Buchanan would fill in for Tucker on his show. Pat Buchanan would have me on because he knew I was the only Jew he could get that would criticize Israel. And I felt dirty as shit. But it was not like I had an audience that I was delivering to Pat Buchanan. I mean, that's also the question. I mean, this is the same question that like when Sirota asked Plattner about going on Tucker Carlson's show, and his assessment I thought was pretty, or his assessment of the calculation is pretty important. Like, who's helping who in this situation? Like, you know, are we helping? Are we really expanding who is hearing an anti-genocide message when we welcome Marjorie Taylor Greene into our home?
I think with AOC, it's a lot of projection. They want her to be this perfect avatar of their own beliefs. She had some fumbles and was not as radical as they think she should be. They forget she's a fucking politician. Forget where we actually are as the left of the U.S. I think that you are giving them way too much credit. I appreciate that. I think you're giving them way too much credit. I'll say that again. I think that you are giving them way too much benefit of the doubt. I think you're giving them way too much credit. And I'll tell you why I say that. Okay? Which is AOC, where she fumbles is where she does this kind of like triangulation attempt where she tries to be like, oh, I believe in the humanity of everybody. And she tries to, she speaks like a left winger from a different era. And we are in an era of maximum polarization. And I think a lot of people don't recognize when a politician is trying to keep themselves open to regular people versus like actually having a political concession, right? They don't understand the difference between a rhetorical approach and a political concession. And AOC doesn't give many political concessions to the right. In fact, only on a handful of times has she ever done that by voting present or something. And people never let you forget it because they're so rare, right? And so what they want is her to adopt a kind of like abrasive, fire-breathing, confrontational, rhetorical strategy, because that's not the same thing as a political concession. That's not the same thing as giving or selling out. And then people do this thing where they're not seemingly making an impact, so they have to escalate, right? You tell AOC you better support force to vote or I'm going to withdraw my support. And she's like, yeah, nah, I don't think that's a good idea. So what do these people have to do? They have to either concede that they don't have influence over AOC, or if they're a narcissist like Brianna Joy Gray, they have to continually spiral higher and higher and more shrill. And then they lock themselves into this toxic fucking relationship where now they have to justify their disdain for AOC to justify their previous antipathy. And so they are looking to nitpick everything she's doing. They're looking for an excuse to attack. And so they're just taking shots constantly because their reputation as an ineffective, no influence grifter has firmly taken root. Nobody looks to Brianna Joy Gray for anything, okay? She has no influence on American politics whatsoever. None. She doesn't, and that's just the truth. And I don't mean that to be mean. I'm just stating that as an objective reality because she has made herself somebody that no one can work with. Like, if I disagree with you on a tactical vote in the House, you're going to name me persona non grata sellout? No movement can functionally operate like that. It can't. There has to be some amount of like understanding that there has to be. It's like a good analogy of that is like pouring concrete, right? When you pour slabs of concrete, you have to introduce seams, expansion seams, because temperatures change and water goes in there. And in order to avoid large cracks and the undermining of the structure, you have to understand that the movement, the structure requires those seams. It requires those spaces so that things can move and adjust as conditions change. The structure remains solid, but there has to be some sort of wiggle room to operate as a politician. And a lot of people want to stamp their feet and demand utter compliance with their tactical opinion. And it's like, who the fuck are you? How dare you act like that? It's fucking weird. And like forced to vote, the fact that she held on to that for years.
With Team Drop Turk or Team Majority Bitchuation.
Talk about it, or are we basically whitewashing Marjorie Taylor Greene, who still has a bunch of other odious policy sets, and also someone who she gave up.
Chat, Vio has made me pancake. Wow, they look perfect. Wow, amazing. Are you okay? Thank you. Nice.
Material power.
I'm gonna eat these.
I think because of the way that different media environments are structured, that you're much more likely to persuade some people in her base of your position than you are going to accidentally get a bunch of Majority Report viewers.
What base? What the fuck are you talking about? What base? What base? She quit. What, her podcast viewers? Does she what base? Who the fuck are you talking about? People who like Marjorie Taylor Greene's on tweets on Twitter? Like, what are you saying? What base? Somebody explain to me what the fuck he's talking about.
All of a sudden start hearing MTG's other ideas and be like, oh, well, that's interesting. I hadn't thought about the way weather can be controlled. Like, I don't think that, I think that they're mostly immune because it's a much more kind of open and like, you know, they've gotten the vaccine. Whereas like, I think a lot of people in the right-wing media spaces.
Let me get this straight. Brian Grimm's strategy is that the left is not going to end up defending fascists because they're too smart to fall for Marjorie Taylor Greene. But the guys who think taking a vaccine means you're gay and castrated, about to die, are going to like come to the left because we're nice to Marjorie Taylor Greene? What the fuck are you saying?
Are open to left-wing populist ideas, and if they start hearing them, can move over.
Let me give you a real-world example. MS Now, which made the pivot to having a lot of never Republicans on, never Trump on.
Right, but they're not serving anything up. But anyway, go ahead. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I can tell you that. I mean, this is just an example, and it may not. When Trump in the first term bombed Syria, every single person on that network, and I know this because I was coincidentally supposed to be on to talk about something else, was advocating him bombing Syria and saying it shows that he's serious. And the reason is because they're all former Republicans, or supposedly former Republicans. And
they're all neocons.
You know, anybody looking at Bill Kristol now, they don't remember, you know, or George W. Bush or whatnot. Like, there is something to be said about holding people's, you know, real record. The overwhelming part of her record was, incidentally, in support of Israel. Marjorie Taylor Greene's. And yes, she did have a brief moment, at least in terms of her career as a congressperson, which she cut short, where she had a change of mind after every other avenue for her political ambition was shut down. But if she comes back into politics, I don't know that it works the way that you're talking about. I don't know that people are traveling with her. Her audience is traveling to the Majority Report when she's on the Majority Report, let's say.
You nervous that she's going to snow your audience? I don't think so. I got more faith in your audience than you do.
No, I'm not saying that, but I also don't think
actually, it's not about the audience being snowed by Marjorie Taylor Greene, although they are. It is about creating this anti-AOC reflexive culture in online organizing spaces that is looking for any excuse to tear down AOC for no gain other than the individual profit of online left-wing grifters, right? And they have created this like reflexive anti-AOC parasocial relationship that they extract attention from. And so AOC is trying to run for president of the United States on a pro-Medicare for all, pro-Palestine, anti-imperialist, pro-Green New Deal campaign. And instead of the online left space being a nexus of energy and support for young people, we're getting tripped up with a bunch of propagandistic bullshit about how Marjorie Taylor Greene is actually better on Palestine. One of the top 5 best politicians in the country on Palestine is having her bona fides trashed and negative attention given to her by people that are supposed to be on her side, right? That's the problem, Ryan, is that there's now this pro trashing AOC grift that's being propped up because people are too uncomfortable with calling it out for what it is, which is a fraudulent bullshit argument, and that it has no connection whatsoever to how politics actually operates. Mark Moreno, thank you for the 10 tier 1s. You're the best. That's the problem, is it's not that we're going to have Marjorie Taylor Greene switch people to the fascist right, although they might end up there, because the anti-AOC grift is going to dry up everywhere except where? On the right. And so people who make their identity, I am anti-AOC, they're going to end up like Jimmy Dore. They're going to end up like, what's that fucking British comedian rapist? Russell Brand. They're going to end up like Anna Kasparian, which is you spend your time, you know, nursing these grievances and rationalizing personal antipathy toward AOC as she continues to rise and do better and better and better and becomes clearly the avatar of the left and the American politics. Or you're either going to have to eat the shit sandwich that you were wrong about her, or you're going to have to cope by trashing her harder and harder and more and more and more, and you're going to end up politically homeless. And then ultimately, your ego is going to have to be protected, and you're going to end up on the right. And that's where Marjorie Taylor Greene is greasing the skids. Marjorie Taylor Greene is greasing the skids for the anti-AOC obsessives to end up with Jimmy Dore on the right. So that's the problem, Brian, is that you're wasting everybody's time with this bullshit. And then, and by the way, chat, I like Ryan, but I'm just saying the dynamics of the psychology of the anti-AOC grift and where it's going. AOC will be the candidate for the left. I've been saying it for 5 fucking years, and I'm dead on proven right. Okay, I've been right about everything on this. And it's not to say AOC shouldn't be criticized or improved. I want to criticize her so her message is better, because I understand that she represents my politics, or not really, but she represents the greatest opportunity the left has ever had to take power in this country. Do you understand that? And I think that playing around with that is a fucking joke, and it's embarrassing. Our country is bigfooting around the world, threatening to invade Cuba, threatening to invade Bolivia, invaded Venezuela, attacking Iran, supporting a genocide in Gaza, threatening a war with China, intervening in Africa, intervening all over Latin America. The United States of America is manic and out of control. And people treat this like I'm having a fight on Discord. Grow the fuck up.
Like, what is she going to do for my aunts? Like, is she going to provide them more nuance on the genocide?
The idea would be that then you would get access to her audience.
How would I do that?
Persuade them by, I don't know, like there's podcasts in that network that you can go on. I'll hook you up with Tucker.
I'll go on to her podcast.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah,
but that's different.
It's a two-way street in that sense. But in any event, I thought this was supposed to end at 1. I think I thoroughly demolished.
I was just going to say, I think we can agree. We can agree on the fact that I demolished you, all caps, on this.
By the way, like, I'm not trying to bust up Ryan too much, but let me just say this: like, Ryan's conclusion was basically the logic of social media content creator, which is that's a collaboration opportunity. And you don't want to burn a bridge for your collaboration opportunity so you get access to their audience. That's media shit. That's influencer shit. That is, I'm going to make money because I'm going to have more eyeballs shit. That's not politics. The best argument is that AOC will get access to Marjorie Taylor Greene's audience. We gotta be better than this. Like, what are we saying?
Well, you get to write the YouTube headline, so
that's right. Just proves my point. I'm sure the folks at Dropsite won't be snowed by that.
I'm sure they will be.
Hate MTG, but last time I checked, MTG never ran cover for Gaza genocide like AOC did. Yes, she did. What are you talking about? This is what I mean. AOC has been infinitely better on the issue since Biden left office, but we can't just forget her record during the Biden admin and during Biden and Harris's respective 2024 campaigns. See, this is precisely what I'm talking about. You're just objectively wrong. I don't know how you've got this so wrong, but when Marjorie Taylor Greene was calling AOC Hamas, okay, AOC was on the floor of Congress calling what Israel was doing a genocide. The Hamas caucus led by Rashida Tlaib, AOC, and Ilhan Omar treat Hamas terrorists better than J6 prisoners. Why is that? I hope every pro-Hamas student walks out of their classes today protesting against Israel gets a failing grade. The Jihad Squad. Biden gave Iran access to $10 billion after Hamas attacked Israel. Now Iran has launched an attack on Israel. April 13th, 2024. Hamas are worse than animals. Cutting off babies' herd is unspeakable, completely evil. Pro-Palestinian equals pro-Hamas. Terrorists attacking New York with their war on Jews and Christians. I don't know what the turning point was exactly. President Trump is right again, May 1st, 2024. And Joe Biden is going to bring Hamas in America as refugees to add to the chaos. It's just like 2020 all over again with a new cause, all funded by the insane left. We're not even talking about like transphobia, hatred of migrants, all this other stuff, right? We're just talking on this issue. If you think AOC and Marjorie Taylor Greene's records and statements on this issue can be even remotely comparable, it's crazy. You just don't know. You don't know the full, like, you haven't been paying a lot of attention, right? Like, and I don't think it's, I don't think those other things are like other perspectives are negligible either. Obviously, I'm not saying we should just like forget about her transphobia, anti-blackness, anti-migrant sentiment either, right? And I think Mehdi, who is roundly condemned as a lib on these issues, Yeah, she also censured Rashida Tlaib. Right here.
Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez versus Marjorie Taylor Greene. AOC versus MTG.
I think this is like it's people getting caught up on the aesthetics of it. Maybe it's got to be a little bit of that too, because it's like Mehdi is oftentimes criticized by the same crowd that likes me quite a bit for my defense of the Palestinian resistance. Mehdi is often criticized.
The other thing is, like, we have worked tirelessly to avoid being called anti-Semitic and to discredit the accusations of anti-Semitism that have been made against the pro-Palestinian left, right? Like, we worked tirelessly. And then you people are going to accept Marjorie Taylor Greene as a legitimate interlocutor as part of our membership, thereby discrediting us. So all you've done is discredit us with regular people who might worry about bigotry. You've given an argument, and then you've done what? You've not grown our movement. The anti-Semites who like Marjorie Taylor Greene are not going to support AOC. Emma Vigeland ambushed Mallory McMorrow? Yeah! What? No fucking way. How do you know this? How the fuck do you know this? I'm so excited. Okay, we'll definitely watch that.
By that very same crowd for offering a lot of concessions in order to be in these spaces, right? You got to do your 10 Hamas condemnations before you can get a word in edgewise. And Mehdi certainly did a lot of that. He was a MSNBC reporter. He got fired regardless, by the way. He lost his job in spite of that. I think there's also the other element of this, the Ummah loves a white person saying it element for sure. Okay. We are oftentimes way, way more mean to people who are closest to us and closest to our worldview than we are to people who are like recent converts or we think is.
By the way, I'm okay with being accepting converts, but Marjorie Taylor Greene isn't a convert. She's an anti-Semite who sees Israel's declining popularity as an opportunity to advance anti-Semitism. She's not an anti-Zionist, and she's not pro-Palestinian. It's a con. You guys got to be smarter than that. Jesus.
Our recent converts, he should stop being a libtard then. I think Mehdi occupies a different space here than I do, but we work in tandem with one another, and I think a lot of people don't see that. Our opposition.
I think a lot of the problem is that people just don't understand solidarity. They don't understand. They don't even really understand this space, right? Which is like, I am probably too harsh. I probably burn too many bridges, right? But I'm okay with that because I have the people that I do like. I would rather be myself than be fake. Hassan is himself. He is somebody who hates burning bridges. So I maintain a strong bridge with Hassan. He goes out there and casts a wide net. And we have our different perspectives. And I want to push you to be more active and more engaged and more politically relevant, whereas he is the wide end of the funnel, right? And Hassan has other people that he's aligned with who I don't think are left wing enough. Pod Johns, for example. I think the Pod Johns are on net damaging to the left because they are Elizabeth Warren, Pete Buttigieg stands who are going to stab us in the back. And I think their audience is to their left. And I think they make their audience more right wing. That's what I believe. So I'm not a Pod John fan, but I am a fan of the fact that they like Hassan. I think that's fucking awesome. I love that.
Sees that, so they treat Mehdi as a dangerous radical figure nonetheless. Okay, like I have my, and it's crazy because like I have my own criticisms of AOC that I let be known over and over again. Like the Biden thing was crazy. I said it. I said it at the time, and I've brought it up regularly.
These pancakes were
so this isn't
shop.
even just like saying that AOC's record on here is completely unvarnished or
like
untarnished. Sorry. She's infallible. I'm not saying that at all either. But like in comparison to Marjorie Taylor Greene, she might as well be Hamas.
He doesn't even like pancakes.
What are we talking about? like will you put Marjorie Taylor Greene's
How the fuck does she
entire
make such good American-style
record
pancakes?
on this issue up to the standards of what AOC has done and said on this issue? She literally is like PFLP. Okay, like it's crazy. Abby, maybe I'm wrong. I understand the practical need to support AOC and Bernie, despite them falling short on many things, especially when they kept backing Biden, etc. They don't feel completely trustworthy to me. That being said, maybe we need to move with them as we supported Biden versus Trump and highlight their failures after getting them into power so they can.
Okay, listen. let's be completely honest. Let's imagine that AOC trashed Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and told you all not to vote for her. Let's just imagine that. Imagine AOC was coming out there going, they're guilty of genocide. Don't vote for them. They're fucking scum. Let's imagine she did that. Do you think the left would be more likely to win power or less likely than win power today? I think it would have just destroyed her reputation with regular Democrats, and we would be like, Gavin Newsom would be a lock. And the reason why I say that is because I went through the Bernie Sanders 2016 to 2020 campaign, and the number one attack they used against him was that he was not a real Democrat and that he had criticized Obama. In 2012, he said he wanted a primary Obama. And that worked really well, especially in the black community, as a negative attack on Bernie. And it really interfered with his ability of getting trust, because there's this white guy from Vermont and he was anti-Obama. That was a huge impediment to his like campaign, especially among older black voters. That the idea that he wasn't really on the team, that he wasn't trustworthy, that he couldn't, you know. And was it bullshit? Yes, it was fucking bullshit. But it was a very effective attack. When Nina Turner was running for Congress, Israel spent a lot of money on an ad where Nina Turner had said, voting for Joe Biden is like eating half a bowl of shit. Voting for Trump is eating a full bowl of shit. Voting for Biden is like eating half a bowl of shit. And they spent millions of dollars, not on her anti-Israel position, but on pushing to the Democratic base that she wasn't a team player. She was going to be an anti-Biden. She was going to be anti-Democrat. And it ultimately was what defeated her. Now, are we going to learn our lesson and go like, hey, maybe just throwing off the reality that most people in this country identify with one of the parties, even though those parties have no ideological content, that being seen as being a good team player for one of the teams is key if you want to take over that team as the captain of that team? And then maybe being a gadfly is not the best strategy if you want to actually seize power?
Move the public to the further
like,
left.
This is the reality. This is the reality. Like, time and time again, if we're going to be on the left, we have to give our politicians the ability to maneuver. What did we give up for that, right? We didn't give up anything for AOC to be liked by more Democrats. She didn't give up a bunch of positions. Now, honestly, I believe that what she should do is she should go to the base and be like, Kamala Harris and Joe Biden lied to me. Or Kamala Harris and Joe Biden were not, I was told they were working on a ceasefire and they weren't. And I believe we have to cut off all aid to Israel now. Like, that is what I think she should do. Now, is that going to be enough for, do you think Brianna Joy Gray is going to go like, oh, I'm so glad that AOC said that? No, she's going to go, I can't believe she got tricked by Joe Biden. I think she's lying, guys. She knew. She's lying. That's what she would say. She wouldn't go like, wow, I can't believe that AOC acknowledged it and came out against it, had a strong pro-Palestine policy. No, she would look for some nitpick that was bullshit. She wouldn't be like, credit where's credit's due. AOC is speaking out against Kamala. Like, no. So ultimately, what am I trying to say? One, I think when AOC said they were working tirelessly, it was probably one of the worst mistakes she ever made. And I criticized her on that. I wish I had that stream. Do I have that stream? Did we watch the AOC speech? I'm pretty sure I fucking like, I'm going to look for that VOD, because I can tell you I was not in favor of that shit. I was like, this is stupid as fuck. Saying they are working tirelessly for a ceasefire cost her quite a bit of the base. I think most normal people are saying, go tell people not to vote for Kamala. Just don't say they're for a ceasefire when they aren't. I don't think that cost her. I don't know. You're using the word base inaccurately. I think for a certain type of hyper-engaged online person like myself, it damaged her credibility and made her look stupid. And it made her look like she was out of touch with where the energy was in the Democratic Party. But I don't think, if you look at the numbers, the evidence that AOC has destroyed her relationship with the base is just not there. She just got endorsed by DSA. So, like, if she's endorsed by DSA in New York with an overwhelming vote, who are we talking about here? 10% of DSA? Like, what are we doing? 5,000 people? 10,000 people?
The big online divide, apparently, in American progressive.
I stopped listening to Mehdi after he disrespected Professor Jung.
Bruh.
That is true. Look, no one can be perfect, okay? I certainly am not. I genuinely stopped following Dropslide over this. Is wild. Okay, you're a dummy as well. Are you kidding me? Don't be a dumbocrat, okay? That's insane.
We're allowed, by the way, chat. I'm not saying that. You should subscribe to Drop Site. Ryan was wrong on this point. Who cares? It's not that big of a deal. Ryan was wrong on this point. It's not the end of the day. It's not the end of the world.
And she is working tirelessly to secure a ceasefire in Gaza and bringing hostages home. In Kamala Harris, I see a leader who understands. I see a—
All right, so there you have it. The Gaza mention. The problem that we have here is simply this. Joe Biden doesn't want a ceasefire in Gaza. Everybody saying they're working for a ceasefire in Gaza is lying. That is the reality. Joe Biden does not want a ceasefire in Gaza. He is a genocidal racist freak, or he's so out of his mind, old and demented, he doesn't even know what's going on. And Anthony Blinken is engaging in his own personal diplomatic policies. I don't know which it is, but I know one thing. There isn't a ceasefire in Gaza happening. And the reality is that people want to give Kamala Harris the benefit of the doubt. That is where we are mentally. Joe Biden made a call to end the war as if he isn't the president who could end the war. The only way to end the war is to piss off the people who support Benjamin Netanyahu. That is the reality. Benjamin Netanyahu wants Donald Trump to win. All of the AIPAC Zionist extremists want Trump to win. If Israel is your number one issue, you're voting for Trump, period. So Joe Biden is pulling a standard Democrat politician playbook move where he supports the enemies of his own fucking party who don't want him to win, and he gets absolutely nothing for biting this bullet. So he's just a fucking racist scumbag. And every time, whether it's AOC or Joe Biden, anybody lends credence to the idea that they're trying to get a ceasefire at this point is just ruining their own reputation. Damn, it's almost like I was dead on balls accurate. Everything I said got proved right. It came out 6 months later that Joe Biden was never working for a ceasefire, and it did in fact damage her credibility. I was completely, damn, it's almost like I'm good at this. Literal no notes. Mike, are you from the future? No! This is all you need to understand, chat. Right?
Chat, Mike is
that's
right.
That's just the way
Trump,
it is.
Mike is right.
That's all you need to know. Okay? That's all you need to know. And by the way, like, I see a lot of people, like, when I talk about AOC, I've been talking about her a lot lately because I want my chat to be intelligent and defending her. I think a lot of you guys think of this as a negative, like, that we're defending her and she's under attack and therefore she's weak. Actually, I'm excited. I think she's going to be great. I think she's going to do an outstanding job. I don't know if you saw her Chris Robb speech, but I feel like she's starting to test out a little bit better rhetoric. And by the way, where is AOC right now? Campaigning for a DSA candidate in a primary. That's tomorrow, by the way. If you're in Philadelphia, you better show up for Chris. I swear to fucking God. If I find out you're a fan of mine and you don't vote for Chris, you and I are gonna, we're enemies. You better be knocking doors for him.
Because it wasn't about her. It's not about me. It's about we the people. And I'm so glad to have as among my people, our people, is AOC.
What's up, Philadelphia?
By the way, chat, like, if Chris wins, this sets AOC up for the primary because she'll have one of the most important black communities in the country, the Philadelphia black community. She'll have the representative of that in her corner. Do you understand that this is about, she is looking at the reasons why Bernie failed, and she is learning and operating differently. And so it's absolutely vital. I mean, I hope Street doesn't win because he's a piece of garbage.
Are we ready? Are we ready to elect this man to Congress? Good evening, Philadelphia. What an honor it is to be here with all of you tonight. And I want to kind of pick up on what Rep. Rav was just talking about in the history of this city. Because it was here in Philadelphia, nearly 200 and...
No, this isn't the speech I wanted. There was another one she did Damn it. There was another speech she did. I posted a clip. Does anyone have the full speech? Fuck. Since we're scrolling past it. By the way, guess what's happening, chat? Gila's going to Israel. Listen to AV clap.
Next Friday, I will not be here because I'm going to Israel. Yay!
Wait, these are big show announcements, yeah.
I'm so excited. I haven't been there in 5 years. Next Friday, I will not be here because I'm going to Israel. Yay!
He's going to Nazi Germany. Can you imagine? Can you imagine me being like, oh, I haven't been to Bavaria in 5 years. Going down to that beer hall. I'm going down to the Hofbrauhaus beer hall. I love the Dunkelbier at the Hofbrauhaus. I'm getting a pretzel. The Wurst. Yeah. Die Bier. Or is it Das Bier? Is it Der Bier? I can't remember. Das Bier? Die Bier? I don't remember the gender of beer. Das Bier? Okay, yeah. Das Bier. Das Bier ist lecker und dunkel. This is the one. I think this is the one.
If you want to change the Democratic Party, we got to change the kind of Democrats that get elected to serve in Congress. So what kind of Democrat will represent the bluest district in America? Is it going to be a Democrat who collaborates with special interests and lobbyists? No! Or is it going to be a Democrat who put everything on the line to deliver for the people and communities that they love?
But people are saying, hey, brother, I hear you thinking about running for Congress. If you do, you can't talk about Palestine. You're not going to be electable. You can't do that. I said, well, if I run without integrity, I've already lost. There's only one way to run.
Rep Rabb cannot be bought. Rep Rabb has spent 5 years in the Pennsylvania State House, and in that time has not taken one dime from corporate lobbyists. Pennsylvania 3 is the bluest district in America. So the question here is not whether this community will elect a Democrat. The question is, what kind of Democrat will this community elect? Philadelphia. So it's time to knock those doors, and it is time to make history. Tuesday, let's send Rep Rabb to Congress. God bless you, and let's do this thing.
I don't know if you guys saw, but the Working Families Party made an ad for Chris Robb. I'm trying to find it. I had retweeted it. Fuck is it? Oh, here it is. From our pal Ryan.
Republicans across the country are drawing districts to steal our power.
This is an assault on black people in this country.
In 2021, Pennsylvania Republicans tried to draw a map to take power from the voters. Who worked with Republicans? Sharif Street.
Well, I've already done it.
Sharif Street working with a key Senate Republican on a plan to erode Democratic power.
The map benefited Republicans and Sharif Street. Called horrific, unsettling, embarrassment. Tried to sacrifice our power for himself. Sharif Street cares about himself, not you. Vote. Republicans across the country are drawing.
And this is what's really interesting is in Philadelphia, the Working Family Party actually has candidates who have won and are currently in office right now. They won and they're in the city council. Kendra Brooks and Nicholas O'Rourke. And in fact, I heard that Nick, he did a campaign rally for Chris and he sung Solidarity Forever. Does anybody have that video? Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Okay, so that was Nick. I can't show it because it's in a DM. It doesn't look like the person posted it. Hold on. Damn it. So Nick is really cool. And you know, having a strong third-party movement in Philadelphia under the Working Families Party has pushed the city more to the left. But they're not. But when they see an opportunity to work in a Democratic primary to elect a socialist or a left-winger to Congress, they're there. They're not saying, "Oh, you're sheepdocking into the Democrats." They're like, "Oh, this guy's a left-winger. Let's fucking win this." Because we care about, you know, the policy. Nicholas V. O'Rourke is an American politician and pastor who was an at-large member of the Philadelphia City Council. In 2023, he was elected a minority party seat alongside incumbent Kendra Brooks. in his second run for council as member of the Working Families Party. This caused the Republicans not to have any at-large seats on the city council for the first time since 1952.
A lot of leftists I know became very disillusioned after Bernie Sanders' 2 losses in the 2016 and 2020 Democratic primaries. They felt like Sanders' failure showed that you can't beat the establishment, that the system is rigged, and that the Democratic Party is simply captured by corporate-friendly centrists who will crush any effort to take the party in a different direction. I've spoken with people who think there's no choice but to run third-party campaigns, and who have essentially given up on the Democrats. But we have some new evidence that things may be changing. In 2016, Hillary Clinton was incredibly powerful within the Democratic Party, quickly lining up superdelegates that helped ensure her nomination would essentially be a coronation. Here in 2026, though, the party establishment may finally be ripe for being overthrown. Look at what has just happened in Maine, where insurgent left populist Graham Plattner has driven incumbent Governor Janet Mills from the state's Senate primary. Plattner, an oyster farmer and populist with the backing of labor groups and Bernie Sanders, was up against a candidate hand-picked for the race by Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer. But by the end, Plattner's lead in the polls and in fundraising was so great that Mills decided not to even go through with the primary, since defeat was inevitable. The Plattner victory is particularly striking, given that Plattner, a veteran of the Iraq and Afghanistan wars, unhesitatingly calls out Israel's genocide in Gaza, and has called for cutting off U.S. aid to Israel.
Not a single taxpayer dollar should be spent on arming and defending a country that commits a genocide. I would absolutely support Senator Sanders' bill to restrict military aid, but I'll be entirely honest, looking down the road, this is a nation that right now is exterminating people. It is going to be very difficult for me to ever be able to look at them again and see someone that we should be working with closely.
Now, there was a time in recent American politics when candidates openly critical of Israel would have had virtually no chance of winning an election.
Don't even explain that. Like, because the CIA has successfully created the leftist who thinks that doesn't matter. They're like, oh, who cares? You're just winning elections, which doesn't matter. That's why I need to tweet all day. I make my TikToks. That's where it matters. Oh man, my politics isn't happening. I wonder why that is. I'm a doomer now. I took the black pill. That's the average. That's the CIA's ideal leftist. And it's like, nah, how about we just, seize power and then rip leak the knock list of the CIA agents and put all of them in prison. That might be something that's fun to do. What kind of leftist are you guys if you can't imagine how much fun it would be to purge the CIA and FBI? Like, come on, guys.
Due to the enormous influence of the powerful pro-Israel lobby within the party.
Legally through a reform commission that catches all the crimes they've been committing.
Now, as public opinion has turned sharply against...
What do you predict the attacks will be against left candidates? I expect the way the attacks are going to develop is it's going to be a lot of Republican bot money is going to go into the kind of abstentionist left, right? Basically, there's going to be a lot of algorithmic pushing of the abstentionist left because that's the only way the right's going to win is if a lot of pissed off people are just checked out completely from the electoral process. And they're no longer organizing. And there's going to be a lot more effort to reassert woke one and moral preening. I am not a leftist because it's morally right. I'm going to say that again. I'm not a leftist because it's, quote, morally right. I'm a leftist because of material analysis of systems of power. Feeling morally righteous is not why I'm here. It really isn't.
Israel over its ongoing war crimes. The Democratic Party establishment is facing an unprecedented wave of challenges from the left. For instance, in Michigan, Abdul El Sayed is running against the party establishment's preferred candidate, Representative Haley Stevens. El-Sayed is a Sanders-backed Medicare for All supporting doctor and public health expert. He literally wrote the book on the subject. And El-Sayed, too, openly calls Israel's actions genocide and campaigned alongside the socialist streamer Hassan Piker. The move to campaign with Piker was incredibly controversial in the press and has effectively become a proxy battle over Israel within the Democratic Party. So much so that pro-Israel Democrat Josh Gottheimer of New Jersey even introduced a House resolution condemning Piker by name, apparently a top priority for Democratic leadership at the moment. And yet, El-Sayed's poll numbers have only increased since then, and he's now tied for the lead with State Senator Mallory McMorrow, who recently faced backlash over deleted social media posts trashing the Midwest and yearning for California. Current Affairs first discussed Abdul El-Sayed in 2018, when I suggested he might be the ideal candidate to lead the left insurgency in the Democratic Party. In his gubernatorial race that year, El-Sayed was defeated, but times have changed. And
he was defeated by Gretchen Whitmer and Blue Cross Blue Shield money. So remember when everybody else was falling for the Gretchen Whitmer hype when Editor Mentum was posting like 80 different fucking posts about how Gretchen Whitmer was the new queen or whatever the fuck? And I was going, ew, gross, she sucks. The reason why I said she sucks is because of Abdul El-Sayed. I knew about him. I had supported him. I knew about how she got involved, how she was the anti-Medicare for All candidate, daughter of an insurance executive, mentor was an insurance executive. And I was like, no, fuck this shit. She sucks. This is also why I have a lot of respect for Hassan. He listened to my criticisms and then ultimately said I was right. Mallory versus Matt Bernstein is out. Oh my God. Okay. Shut everything down. Holy shit. Shut everything down. Shut everything down. Shut everything down. Oh, fuck Chud the Builder. We don't give a fuck about Chud the Builder. He has no motion. Guy's fucking a loser. Holy shit. Emma Vig led ambushes. Mallory McMorrow. Oh my God. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Everybody get in here. Everybody get the fuck in here. Everything. We're stopping everything for this. You know what, Chad? I'm giving the Discord an alert on this one. Because if I don't know about you, but I would want to see this. The Discord is getting alerted. Okay, I don't know why Discord decided to crash, but we're good.
Why do you support funding to Israel's defense infrastructure?
Because I don't think anybody should live in fear of being bombed or killed.
So you defend Palestinian military infrastructure? You defend Iran's military infrastructure? You defend Venezuela's military infrastructure? Defend Cuba's military infrastructure? You defend Bolivia's military infrastructure? You defend North Korea's military? Like, what are you saying? What are you saying?
I would look at how do we support defensive systems for Palestinians? How would we support defensive systems for Lebanese?
Should they get an Iron Dome too, the Palestinians?
Well, let's talk about that as a conversation.
So they want to shoot down the Israelis? What, you're going to shoot down the Israeli Air Force? You want to shoot down the Israeli Air Force? I mean, based.
Well, I mean, hello. For anyone who hasn't been following recent left-wing political Twitter drama, or who doesn't keep up with the iconic...
I can't... Oh my God, Mallory McMorrow is so fucking toast. She got fucking bullied by Postanox. Oh, Popstanox. Oh my God, she's such a fucking loser. Oh my God, this is incredible. This is my favorite thing to ever happen. She's so stupid!
Drag queen Lady Bunny, who posted about said drama on Instagram. This has been a long time coming. Allow me to explain. After I interviewed...
can I just say I love 2026, baby? I'm so fucking hyped. Oh my God, this is so awesome, dude. This is so fucking cool. You gotta be kidding me. This is so fucking cool. Come on! We have... Oh God, he's in a tank top and he's got the glitter. He's got mascara on. He's got the glitter eyeshadow, and he's forcing Mallory McMorrow to call for an Iron Dome for Palestine. I love 2026. Matt fucking rules.
Dr. Abdul El Sayed, a progressive candidate running for U.S. Senate in the state of Michigan. His Democratic primary opponent, Mallory McMorrow, reached out to me saying that she would like to be interviewed. I was honestly a little surprised by this, given that Mallory and I have some key policy disagreements. In her race, Mallory is running on the standard Democratic liberal Zionist position of, two-state solution, fund the Iron Dome, but Netanyahu bad, but also no sanctions about it, etc. She's also not running on Medicare for all. But I wanted to do the interview so I could ask her about those positions. Her team and I set a date and a time for the interview, and after I submitted a topic list, which included healthcare and foreign policy, they canceled and offered no time to reschedule. I will say, and I don't want to assume intention, and I'm willing to be wrong, but I do kind of wonder sometimes if, because of how I present and the fact that I'm so open about who I am, that people just think I'm like the gay guy, who will talk about gay things and not much else.
I just want to say that's definitely not true. He's been all over the place on a lot of important issues.
And not to be too like Sex in the City about it, but I can't help but wonder if they reached out to me thinking I'd just ask Mallory about like her LGBT record, But in any case, I tweeted that I was disappointed that her team had canceled, and the tweet quickly got traction, and within a couple hours, her team reached out and her schedule had opened back up, and we were back on. So I don't know, maybe an honest scheduling error, maybe not. Make of it what you will. I had my good friend and host of the Majority Report, Emma Vigeland, join me for this interview. Love her so much. And without further ado, State Senator Mallory McMorrow, welcome to A Bit Fruity.
Thank you so much. I'm so excited. I've been following you for years, by the way.
Starting off the stream with a bold-faced lie. There's absolutely no way. Absolutely no way. A bold-faced lie. She thinks, by the way, that he's just doing gay content, so she'll get away with that. But she doesn't understand that he is a very vocal pro-Palestinian creator. She's going to get absolutely fucking snowed. Starting off the stream with lying. It's like whenever somebody comes on my stream, you're like, Mike, I'm a longtime fan. And I'm like, there's no fucking way this person's a longtime fan of me. I know what a fan acts like. They would say, for example, Mike was right. Like if a fan of mine was coming on my stream, they would say, I'm a longtime fan. Mike was right. That's all they would have to say. Because it's a shibboleth that all of my fans will know what that is, right? So if you're a fan of mine, you would say Mike was right. That would be your way of signaling, oh yeah, actually I do watch you. But so if somebody's like, oh, I'm a longtime fan, I love what you do, it's like, why are you lying? Why are you lying?
So this is very exciting for me.
Oh, wow, that means so much.
Or Mike from Beijing. If they say Mike from Hong Kong or Mike from Taiwan, I know they're a fake fan. They're a hater.
Seriously though, I know we had like all of this like scheduling drama, and I know in the wake of all of that, you could have very easily just been like, I'm not going to do this one, and it would have made sense to me. So it really does mean a lot to me that you're here today, and I also know that like a lot of Michigan voters listen to this podcast, might see this, and I think they're probably really grateful that you're here.
Absolutely. And thank you for rolling with us. I mean, balancing, running a statewide campaign. I'm the state Senate majority whip. So I've got that whole job, and I have a 5-year-old. So our schedule, my scheduler is everything. She manages to piece it all together. But I'm really grateful that you rolled with us to make it work.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's get into it.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are 3 hours into the stream. If you are ready for this content, subscribe right fucking now. Obviously May is always a slow period for stream, for subs. So if you do appreciate the content, please consider supporting it by subscribing at tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3 sub. If you have Amazon Prime, you can attach that to your Twitch account. You get 1 free sub a month. That's the Twitch Prime sub. That's taking $2.50 out of Jeff Bezos' pocket and putting it into mine. I really do appreciate all the amazing support. We dipped down a little bit, We were really killing it there for a while, holding over 7K subs was fucking insane. So I really am very appreciative. But if you are here, if you are excited, I don't mean to steal Matt's under here. Make sure you go and watch every single one of this content. Later, I want you guys to promise me that you'll go and watch this content on your own. Make sure you subscribe like this. Turn on the notification bell. See how I was already subscribed? Do what I just did. Holy shit, calm like a tom. Gandalf, thank you for the tier 3. Rome's, thank you for the tier 2. BS and Carnage, thank you. Soviet Cranberry. Insit, thank you for the 10. Tallyhue for the 20. Socialism or Barbarism, thank you for the 5. Chat, can we get some bended knees for these big sub gifters? You guys are the best. Thank you so much. I never heard of Matt before today. He's pretty cool. I'm a fan.
Senator Mallory McMorrow, you are in this 3-person primary race for the U.S. Senate representing Michigan.
Can I just say this? I'm sorry for pausing so much, but Mallory McMorrow has the worst vibes I've ever seen. You know when you meet someone and their vibes are fucking terrible? She has horrendous vibes. She's the type of person that goes out to your car in the parking lot and lets out the air out of the right passenger tire, the right rear tire. She, like, if you like show her up at a meeting, she is psychotic. Like, the energy that she puts out is horrible. I think there's a thing where narcissists and autistic people don't get along. Like, there's kind of a dark, there's like a natural conflict between the narcissist and the autist. We can sense it.
That's really captured the attention of the country. And I want you to help us characterize it a little bit for people who might be hearing about this race for the first time. You have these two opponents, right? On one hand, you have Haley Stevens, who is the AIPAC endorsed, super pro-Israel, sort of an extension.
Honestly, I know how I was just saying Mallory McMorrow's horrifying vibes. Haley Stevens, she looks like a dance mom. You guys know that absolutely horrible remember that show, The Dance Moms, the demon lady who was like ran it? Doesn't she? Abby Lee Miller. You know what I'm talking about? Like, she looks like someone who would yell at a 7-year-old. Am I wrong or am I right? Hold on, let me bring her up.
All right, I don't want to waste any more time.
Hi, guys. Oh my gosh, guys, hi.
How did Ava and Jeanette end up here at this rehearsal? Did they think I've lost my mind? That I didn't remember kicking them out? You are not really what I'm looking for the select team.
Stalker. Now do you believe us, stalker?
Ava's here right now, and we are here because of perseverance and determination. If they want to call that stalking, then so be it. She's still part of the team.
What? No, I thought Abby kicked you off along with... No, you guys were gone. Another one.
How are you? Am I right or am I right?
Here it comes. We're still celebrating. We thought we would come and bring a...
Am I right or am I right?
Abby, would you like the end piece with all the icing?
No, no,
Or do you want us to stab the fork in your eyes? You decide. Do you want some cake?
Abby, I can't even believe you just did that.
Go get her. Go get her, Liza. What'd she do? Go get her, Liza.
Abby,
Okay, sorry, I didn't find a good crash out, but you can imagine it. I didn't. It was just immediate. Somebody would have to find a good crash out for me from her. But she reminds me of her. The energy she gives off is dance mom.
Sort of an extension of like.
Chat, the hype train has 10 seconds left on it. If you enjoy the stream, remember, top sub gifter and top bit donor get the hype train conductor badge. We need 2 subs to keep it going. 1 sub to keep it going. Oh! Mo to roll up a GD buzzsaw at the absolute last millisecond. Mike, you've watched 20. I've watched 4 minutes. Okay, I won't pause anymore.
Chuck Schumer's brand of the Democratic Party, I'd say, pretty old guard. Haley Stevens was notably booed at her own Michigan Democratic Party convention recently. I'll throw a video in there if I can find it. Which was pretty amazing. And then on the other side, you have Dr. Abdul El Sayed, who we interviewed on the show a few weeks ago. Dr. El Sayed is a very progressive candidate, wrote a book on Medicare for all, very pro-Palestine. And I think, and please feel free to dispute this characterization, that most people view you as like someone in the middle. So I was wondering if you could first just like define yourself in the context of this race.
For sure. So to put the race into perspective, Michigan has an open U.S. Senate seat. Gary Peters is not seeking re-election. We have Mike Rogers, in all likelihood the nominee on the Republican side, who ran against Alyssa Slotkin in 2024, lost by only 19,000 votes. The Republicans and Trump view this as their best chance to block Democrats from having a path at taking the U.S. Senate. They're spending, the Senate leadership PAC announced $45 million that they're going to be spending in Michigan, which is more than they will spend in Georgia, Maine, Iowa, Alaska, New Hampshire. So this is it. So it makes sense that this has sort of captured the attention of the country, and we have a fiercely competitive Democratic primary.
You do. I should add, so people know, don't mean to cut you off, but it's like, depending on what poll you look at, which are coming out like relentlessly, it's like neck and neck with the three of you.
Yeah, and I think that's a good thing. But your characterization is right. You know, what I firmly believe is that the Democratic Party needs a reckoning. That the old guard.
The reckoning is I'm going to be sneakily secret supported by the old guard as opposed to openly supported by the old guard, right? I'm going to support Israel, but I'm going to do it in such a way as to maximize the cynicism. Why did my camera turn off? What the fuck? My CIA agent wanted to turn my camera off. Mossad was mad. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah. You want to inculcate cynicism into our American politics by being pro-Israel, but pretending you're anti-Israel, so that people who are trying to change our policies on Israel have their vote stolen from them, right? And then you're going to spend 6 years defending Israel, causing everybody to become more cynical. You are everything wrong. Like, the one thing about politics is cynicism is the death of a democracy. When people don't believe that they can vote for a policy outcome, if they think every time they vote for a policy outcome, it was actually a trick and a ruse and a lie, then the democracy is finished. Democracy relies on a reliability. Absent some sort of like unforeseen situation, that if I vote for you to do X, Y, and Z policy, you're going to do X, Y, and Z policy, or you're going to try your utmost to do it. If we have a situation where people like Mallory McMorrow get elected, our democracy, such as it is toast.
Establishment of the party has really let us down. The first question I was asked when I got in a year ago was, would you support Chuck Schumer for leader? And I said no. Apparently I was the first candidate in the country to say so. And what I know is that in Michigan, we have built a very different blueprint. So for me, I know that people want to put us into neat little lane boxes, and I just don't think that's how Michiganders think. We have people in our state who voted for both Rick Snyder, a Republican governor, and Gretchen Whitmer. We have people who voted for Bernie Sanders and Donald Trump. This is a state where you don't have to register by party, and people tend to vote for the person that they like. But of the field, I am the establishment outsider, but with a track record of actually getting real shit done.
You can't be an outsider, but also be the majority whip. That doesn't compute. You are a politician. The only outsider you are is from your outside of Michigan, because you moved from Southern California. And you said how much you hate. Does anybody have the quotes of Mallory McMorrow where she said how much she hated Michigan and she missed Southern California? Because I guess she was in her first winter.
The only candidate to have beaten a Republican incumbent to get into office. I took on an entrenched family legacy in my first campaign for state Senate. And I swung a district 20 points in a single cycle and broke the Republican supermajority. I then helped leverage a viral speech that I gave back in 2022 after I was smeared as a groomer and a pedophile by a colleague of mine. I opened a PAC. We raised millions of dollars. I supported a dozen other candidates and flipped the entire state Senate for the first time in 40 years.
Been there with the groomer and pedophile.
Oh, same here, actually.
Yeah. And can I tell you, like, all of your Instagram stories were truly so helpful for us. Like, you may not know this, but a lot of us in the state Senate, we've been following you for a while, kind of hitting back on a lot of the culture war bullshit.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And really appreciate everyone who like stood their ground amidst what I think was hopefully like the height of the culture war bullshit. I'm of the belief that like so much has happened since, especially to like wreck Americans' lives economically, that even the most sort of ardent, like anti-drag brunch people are now kind of like, I don't got time for that, you know?
I will never forget, there was a press conference Tudor Dixon tried to hold in the middle of the 22 cycle, and she had all these people, and, you know, it was under the guise of protecting girls in sports, and she made this radical claims about what was happening in the state. And there was this incredible local news broadcast that it talked about her press conference, and then the reporter pressed her, can you provide a single example of somebody being hurt in sports in Michigan? And she said no. And then they cut away to a protester who was like, I just need affordable housing. Like, I can't afford anywhere to live. And I think that's why, you know, the speech that I gave.
But by the way, there's no like saying, oh, people deserve affordable housing is not a policy to get affordable housing. That's what liberals, this is how liberals trick you, is they will bear witness to suffering, but they have no concrete solution. Their solution is actually pretty much the same as Republicans, a tax cut.
Then blew up the way that it did, because I made a point of saying people who are different are not the reason your healthcare costs are too high. And we can't let people who are hateful people distract from the fact that they're not actually doing anything to help you.
Yeah, and I want to talk about some of those economic issues, namely healthcare. I know going into this, we said we want to talk about foreign policy and healthcare, because especially, you know, if you're representing Michigan on the national stage, then, you know, these are things that people really care about. So Senator McMorrow, with regard to healthcare, you support a single payer option, which is different from something like Medicare for All or universal healthcare. I wanted to play a clip for you that's gotten some traction of you speaking about what you see as the risks of universal healthcare, and just ask you more about that.
Sure.
Also, you're new to the pod and learning that I don't have a producer. So when I say like, I'm going to throw something up on the screen, what I mean is I'm going to play the video from my phone into the microphone.
Oh, that's incredible.
I love it, dude. I'm this way too, so.
Okay, perfect.
You know, sorry, you're welcome.
Some people conflate Medicare for All with universal health care. But Medicare for All, when it's actually defined, is one singular government-run healthcare system that we are all on. Now, I want you to imagine what
People were ready to clap. People were ready to clap. She was like, well, no, that's bad, guys. That's bad. What we need is we need a bunch of people. We need the poor people to get a certain kind of like basic care. And those of us that are upper middle class white people like me, right? And my rich family, we get a special type of care that's nicer. Sort of like how we all live in the suburbs and our kids go to good public schools. And then the poor kids, they live in the inner city and their kids go to shitty public schools. That's what I want healthcare to be like.
would look like with Donald Trump and RFK Jr. at the head of it.
Emma, do you want to take this?
Yeah, sure. So State Senator McMorrow, it feels like the implication of your framing there is that government healthcare programs shouldn't be trusted because Trump and RFK Jr. are leading them. Are there other programs, specifically healthcare programs or social programs, you think should be cut because Trump and RFK Jr. are currently in charge of them?
No, that's not at all.
So you would wait, why aren't we cutting CHIP? Child health insurance program. Why aren't we cutting Medicare? Because that's run by the government. Why not?
What I intended. And, I fundamentally and firmly believe that we need access to universal health care. We need to get there as quickly as possible. In the state Senate, I have led on efforts to codify the Affordable Care Act on the state level so you can't lose your health care with a pre-existing condition. We repealed our 1931 abortion ban. We helped expand a program called RX Kids statewide, which is a cash grant program for new moms and babies. We've expanded access to doulas and to midwives. We've done so much because this is such a big issue. And what I know is that people can't afford to wait. The idea that...
Guys, it's the fierce urgency of gradual reform.
That we should hold out just for one solution, to me, is just not.
By the way, the idea that we should hold out for one solution, aka we're about to pass we're not going to pass anything in the next 2 years, okay? Because the Republicans control the White House, right? So when we get into power in 2029, Mallory McMorrow doesn't want us to expand Medicare for all. She wants to spend more tax dollars propping up private insurance companies so they can overcharge and under-deliver healthcare. So we can pay more than every other developed country for worse outcomes. Genius! Genius plan!
What I've experienced in governing, the next U.S. senator would be one of 100 members.
Don't ever nod when these libs are talking.
And the votes for a true single-payer system simply aren't there.
Well, if we elect people like you, that's true. If we elect people like you, that's true. That's why you need to be defeated. You're right. Defeat Mallory McMorrow if you want single payer. Thank you. And this is why I'm not getting the interview, because if she tried to say that dumb shit, I would immediately call her out on it. So I'm excited. Emma, please do.
Now, there have been multiple states who have implemented state-level public options, and in those states, not only have they vastly reduced the rate of uninsured to next to zero, they've also reduced the cost of private health insurance. That is something that, as we look to how do we get to universal healthcare as quickly as possible so people aren't going bankrupt, they are not denying themselves care. I am somebody who graduated from college right into the recession in 2008 wanting to be a car designer. So I did not have healthcare. I couldn't stay on my parents' plan until 26. Having that real public option, anybody who wants to opt into Medicare, regardless of age, can, while also ensuring if you want to keep your plan through your union or through your employer that you can, I believe is the best way that we can get to universal healthcare as quickly as possible.
Okay, so that is why Abdul is got a PhD in epidemiology and public policy, and you have a undergraduate degree in industrial design, right? There's a reason why you were making dolls with Mattel, and he was one of the youngest public health experts with a PhD from Oxford University, and who became a professor at Columbia, okay, on health policy, because you don't know what you're talking about. And, let me just explain to this. Let me explain to you why the public option is a fucking joke, okay? There are two types of public option that you could advance. There's a weak public option or a strong public option. Either version would be a disaster, right? If it's a weak public option, it means that the services provided and the premium charged are so poor, it's so high, respectively, that nobody wants it. It's a dog shit thing, and it doesn't compete well with private insurance companies, so nobody gets it. Or it's a strong public option, meaning that coverage is better or the premiums are lower for the insured. And what will happen? Well, what happens is, in the case of a weak public option, the only people on it are the people that are forced onto it. The insurance companies will use it to help cherry pick. This is exactly what happened with insurance, life insurance, by the way. We didn't used to have life insurance. We used to have mutual aid organizations in our cities. So it would be like the Puerto Rican Beneficial Society, and everybody who was part of that community, that neighborhood, would join the Beneficial Society. And if you needed help, you would be part of the Beneficial Society. Well, life insurance companies came in, and they figured out how to actuarially calculate how risky somebody was to insure, and they cherry-picked people out of the insurance pool, and they gave them lower premiums for more coverage because they were able to cherry-pick people out of that risk pool. So the beneficial societies all died because all the people that were likely to benefit from the beneficial society were not insurable. And the same thing would happen with health insurance. The public option would be used for the private health insurance industry to cherry pick the healthy and the young out of the insurance pool. And so the government would be forced to pay for the sick and the dying. And so the cost per patient would explode. The quality would be terrible. And that would force cram down. Like the reason why I'm going through this like spiral is why the public option fails is because in the case of a weak public option, it'll be a disaster and it'll cause all sorts of suffering. Okay, let's imagine it's a strong public option. What's wrong with the strong public option? Well, then that causes a death spiral. If the public option provides lower premiums and better care than the private health insurance industry, they start to die out. The insurance industry starts to die out because they lose more and more people to the public option, right? So there's a death spiral, and the more and more people that leave the private health insurance, the more it is not viable to provide coverage. So you're going to have massive disruptions, disorderly disruptions, because it's not a planned replacement like Medicare for All is. Medicare for All would be a planned phase-in. So the disruption and change would be orderly. The strong public option would cause a disordered a situation where people would be not properly registered for the public option, so they wouldn't get care. The insurance companies would start going bankrupt or refuse to offer coverage. And so you'd have people constantly losing their insurance anyway. So public option is a terrible public policy because no matter what version you put out, it causes massive disruption and poor quality. And here's the worst part. You get all the worst parts of a public option with all the worst parts of public health or private health care, meaning you get the bureaucratic duplication. You get the billing costs because all the hospitals have to have 80 different billing agents to make sure, oh, are we billing the public option? Are we billing Blue Cross Blue Shield? Blah, blah, blah. So all the administrative savings that you would get from eliminating that duplication of bureaucracy and of billing would be lost. So the public option would be shittier, more disruptive, more expensive, and people would fall through the cracks. It's a stupid policy for idiots. It's for people that they just spin this shit because they're signaling to the private insurance company, I'm against Medicare for All. That's what this is about. It's not don't imagine this fantasy public option. It does not fucking exist. It is there only to gesture to the private insurance companies, I'm a safe person. I will oppose single payer. Give me money. It's not real.
We can talk about.
And by the way, this is a very important point. The public option will be attacked by the insurance companies and the billionaires in the exact same way. I want to see if I can find this. And there was an ad in 2020. Ah, man, I wonder if I can find this. Oh, hold on. I think I found it. Big pharma, insurers, hospitals team up to kill Medicare for All. Pharmaceutical manufacturers and health insurance companies don't agree on much these days. Congress introduced bills to address rising drug prices. Insurance and pharmacy benefit managers are engaged in a lobbying and a public relations war. Oh, here it is. Partnership for America's Healthcare Future. That's what it is. Okay.
Politicians have proposed a new idea called the public option. The problem is, the costs of the public option aren't optional. Under this government-controlled health insurance system, the average American worker could see their annual payroll taxes increase by $2,300, even if they like their coverage. While our nation is recovering, let's build on what's working, where private coverage, Medicare, and Medicaid work together. Now,
this isn't the one I was thinking of. This is a later one. Wait, is this it? This might be it.
Like every mom, my family's healthcare is a top priority. That's why I'm concerned that new government-controlled health insurance systems politicians are pushing are a real threat to our health coverage and yours. Independent studies show proposals like Medicare for All and the public option could more than double everyone's income taxes, mean $32 trillion in higher taxes over the next decade, and raise premiums. It's time to build on what's working and fix what's broken, not start over.
So notice that they attack both anyway, right? So, well, I'm not for Medicare for All. I'm for a public option. Well, the insurance companies are going to attack you the same way anyway. So it's an inferior program that doesn't work. That's going to get the same money spent against you. And even if we do get it across the finish line, it's going to cause massive problems and cost way more to give shittier care. Like the fact that Mallory McMorrow is arguing in favor of this is a sign to me that she can never be elected because she's a fucking moron. And I'm sorry for being so harsh. Did I accidentally close the... Okay, there it is. Well, that's the reality.
I think the merits of the public option versus Medicare for all, but the public option would still be run by Donald Trump and RFK Jr. or whoever ends up being a Republican if they take over. So, additionally, the entire Republican Party is against Medicare for all and single payer. So it's almost
the public option
that Democrats shouldn't pursue Medicare for all or even single payer because potentially Republicans could get back into power and control it. I mean, that is the implication of what you said.
I don't think that it is. I think that's a mischaracterization.
How would you characterize it then?
You talk a lot on the trail and you want to make some jokes and you want to help people understand.
Oh my God, she's so bad at this. God damn it, she's such a fucking, oh God, she's so bad at this, guys. She's so fucking bad at this.
Where you're coming from, this is an administration that has slashed access to mifepristone. This is an administration who intentionally withheld SNAP benefits, even though we had the funding to pay for it. In Michigan, that's 1 million kids who are on SNAP right now. I don't think we should shy away from the incredible damage that this administration is inflicting on government programs. Here in the state, I'm on the Appropriations Committee in the state Senate. We are having to backfill state Medicaid because they vastly slashed access to funding for us. The one big awful bill means that Michigan stands to lose 13 rural hospitals. We've already seen a birthing center close in the Upper Peninsula, and now women have to drive more than 50 miles to give birth. I don't believe that it's out of line to highlight, hopefully with some humor, we're allowed to laugh sometimes, some of the incredibly damaging things that this administration has done, while we are also advocating for what we would do if we get back into power, what we're going to propose, and how we're going to get there. How do you build a coalition to actually implement a policy that...
Okay, so this is just nonsense, right? Like, this is just, she's just filibustering with nonsense. The Republicans are cutting a lot of things. How does that mean that you wouldn't support Medicare for all because Trump might control it one day, or whoever else Republican might control it one day? That's an argument against any policy. The Republicans could win an election and then roll it back. That's true of every policy ever, unless we have a one-party communist state. Unless you're arguing in favor of Mao Zedong thought. Did we have a one-party state under a socialist party? Is that what Mallory McMorrow is arguing for? I don't really get her point. It doesn't even make sense. Basically, you're too cowardly to actually talk about the policy itself, because the moment you do, either you'll get exposed as being corrupt, meaning you're taking money from insurance companies in order to oppose Medicare for all, or you're going to show yourself as out of depth and not qualified to be a senator.
Restores health care for people as quickly as possible.
I think the rub there is just that the framing kind of undercuts the idea of universal programs because the bad party can take over at a certain point. And, you know, I want Democrats to be talking about how government can provide social services.
Well, the other thing is, like, the Republicans are not going to take over if we do a good job
for people. I think that needs to be a core part of the brand proposition. And, you know, another part of your assertion was that Medicare for all is, I wrote the quote down, one singular government-run healthcare system that we're all on. Can you elaborate on that? Because Medicare for all is a replacement for private insurance with a single government payer, like Medicare is currently. It's not government-run healthcare.
Sure, you're right. And I have taken that feedback to heart. We campaign a lot. And I do talk about this differently now so that it doesn't come across as callous. And you're right, a single payer system, Medicare for all, in the legislation as it has been introduced and sits in the Congress right now, is a single insurance plan that would by law eliminate private health insurance.
The public option, can you expand on how you would solve some of the same, say, enrollment issues that you see with Obamacare? A Medicare for all plan would promise no premiums or deductibles. It would create a single payer, the largest amount of leverage to keep costs down. That is why people want to go big with Medicare for all. A public option is an improvement, of course, on the private marketplace and the Affordable Care Act, but that would still involve premiums and deductibles. Why not go all the way to Medicare for all?
Yeah, I hear you on the vision. I 100% do. And what I know after almost a decade as experience in a legislator is that you need to push as far as you possibly can while building the coalition of votes to actually get it across the line. And the support for a true single payer system isn't there yet. It just isn't. So for me, what I know, I have constituents today who have canceled their ACA plans because they see their premiums have gone through the roof, and they're just praying that they don't get sick and don't go to the hospital. Allowing for anybody who wants to opt into Medicare regardless of age helps us get on the path to universal health care. And I'm also somebody who fundamentally believes states are the laboratory.
The path, guys, the path. That was so successful. When Barack Obama passed ACA in 2010 or 2009, and then it didn't get implemented until 2014, that was a fucking great plan, right? That really worked well. The Democrats did really well in the midterms. People want change now. They want change. They want to see the change happening. They want to know you're responsible for the change, and they want their lives to improve. If you don't have a hot poker up your ass, desperate to show people change, you're going to destroy this country. It's on its last legs as it is. I mean, these liberals, are they okay? And when you look at the numbers, over 60% of the American people support Medicare for all. Do you think when they get it, they're going to suddenly go, wow, I really miss my insurance, health insurance that could deny me? Every single country that has gone towards a single payer model, that became one of the hardcore centers of their politics. Even when they were showing austerity for decades, people still supported it.
Of democracy. This is where we try things out. This is how our country was established. There has only been one state who's ever attempted a true single payer system, and it was Vermont. And they abandoned that 15 years ago when they couldn't figure out how to pay for it and they couldn't figure out the implementation.
Okay, so in other words, neoliberals like you refused to do the policy because they couldn't get waivers from the federal government for the funding that was coming from Medicare and Medicaid. They weren't able to get waivers from the that's, by the way, that's the lie that she's not telling you, is that Vermont couldn't get the money from the federal government that they paid in payroll taxes for Medicare and Medicaid to go to Vermont. Also, Vermont doesn't issue the currency. I'm not a real believer in provincial level single payer systems. With no federal funding, of course it's not going to work. Dishonest liar.
Now have 3 states who are running public option systems within their states that have gotten us much closer to the goal of universal health care. So that's how I approach policy, is what's our goal and how can we actually ensure that we get there as quickly as possible?
Moving on, Mallory, an issue that's extremely close to my heart as a Jewish person, as a tax-paying American, as a human being, is that of Palestine. I was actually just the other night at a UN commemoration of the anniversary of the Nakba in 1948, when Israel displaced more than 750,000 Palestinians who still don't have the right to return home. So when considering people who are running for federal office, people who could determine the future of the U.S. relationship to Israel and the effect that that will have on Palestinians, now the Lebanese people and Iranians, I know this issue is one people who listen to the show, for one, care a lot about. And of course, you are also running in Michigan, which has a large Arab population, which, you know, that was very consequential in the 2024 election when many of them withheld their votes from Kamala Harris and as part of the uncommitted movement. So I want to make sure people have a really clear understanding of your position. Also, for context, your opponent on one side, Abdul El-Sayed, he opposes all funding to Israel. And your opponent on the other side, Haley Stevens, is endorsed by AIPAC. Enough said there. So I wanted to highlight your approach and ask you about it. On your website, you write, quote, "The path to lasting peace between Israelis and Palestinians lies in a two-state solution, with a democratic Jewish state of Israel existing safely along a democratic Palestinian state." You write that the flow of aid to Gaza, quote, "needs to be restored. that Israel's expansion into the West Bank, quote, must stop, and that Hamas must, quote, disarm and demonstrate a commitment to a peaceful and democratic Palestinian state. You also support funding for Israel's defensive weapons infrastructure, you know, things like the Iron Dome. Is that all correct?
Increasingly, that's changed.
Okay.
And you even see Netanyahu now vocally saying that he himself wants to cut off relying on aid from other countries. So
you're in alignment with Netanyahu? By the way, that's cope. That's Netanyahu coping. They can't stand on their own. Their economy literally relies on transfers from the United States, especially their settler project. And if we don't allow them to buy the weapons, they don't have the ability to develop them and produce them. Are you fucking stupid? The Iron Dome is literally made in America, not in Israel.
Would support Israel continuing to be able to purchase systems like the Iron Dome, defensive systems. But I think it's in the best interest of the United States in reducing that aid and allowing Israel to do that on their own.
But I mean, as of now, though, your policy that you're running on, just so voters are like clear, is that you support sort of the defensive infrastructure. So we wanted to ask you a couple questions about your stance here. First, regarding what a two-state solution means to you and how that could affect your policymaking.
Oh, she wants a Bantustan. She wants a Bantustan for the Palestinian people. Wow.
The two-state solution debate is something where I really do think that a lot of Democrats are kind of behind the reality on this issue. So I just want to talk in terms of practicalities. Where would you, in terms of like your ideal two-state solution, draw the borders? Because as you know, Israel's been illegally occupying East Jerusalem and the West Bank since 1967 in violation of UN law. And since then, 700,000 Israeli settlers have moved into the Palestinian territories in East Jerusalem and the West Bank and have stolen Palestinian land. So my question about the practicality of a two-state solution is, how would that happen? Would your scenario require removing the 700,000 illegal settlers living on Palestinian land?
So, Emma, what you're asking is, I don't believe the role of a U.S. senator. I believe that a senator should have a role in allowing the United States to facilitate the negotiation between the Palestinians and the Israelis that gets to a place where there's long-term peace, security, and self-determination for Palestinians and long-term peace and security and self-determination for Israelis, who all live in the region and have to figure out a way to coexist where they're not killing each other. I don't believe that it's the role of a legislator to determine where those borders are or how it coexists, but it should be our role to de-escalate the conflict. I do not support the Netanyahu government. I think that they have continued to push well beyond what is proportionate, what is rational in response to the October 7th attacks, in a way that is horrifying to watch. I mean, bombing Gaza to be completely uninhabitable, the settler violence that you see, that while it is technically illegal, they are certainly doing nothing to stop it and continue to encourage.
I think one of the problems is, and this is why a lot of people have a problem with me, because I am a person who heightens the contradictions between these kind of Elizabeth Warren-esque faux progressives who are not on our side. They really aren't. Mallory McMorrow is basically Kyrsten Sinema, is basically Joe Manchin. She's the same thing. She's not in any way progressive. And this is gobbledygook. And she knows it's gobbledygook, but she's corrupt. So she's taking money to tell you this gobbledygook, which means she's perfectly okay with millions of people dying to advance her mediocre life. What a scumbag.
Encourage it. And Matt, you brought this up particularly.
Oh my God, you're right. She's Elizabeth Holmes. Oh my God, she's a ginger Elizabeth Holmes. You're so right. That's what it is. Oh my God. Oh my God, chat. You're so right. Holy shit. Oh my God. Oh my God. You're right. You hit it out of the park. You were mentioned in the 200th episode? Yeah, I know. And then they immediately interrupted.
Related to our state. We have a very large Lebanese population. 1 million people in Lebanon have been displaced. And I know a friend of mine who's running for state senate mentioned to me that his grandmother's home in Lebanon has been bombed 3 times, and that somehow she's still in good spirits about the fact that she is alive when many of her neighbors are not. So for me, I'm somebody, I bring a background in industrial design into how I pursue policy, which is starting with the outcome and then backing into how do you help facilitate making that happen. What I believe is that there is broad shared beliefs across our constituents in both the Jewish community, the Arab community, and frankly, for people who are not directly impacted by this, who are horrified beyond belief at the ongoing violence, suffering, chaos, who simply want the violence to stop and see the United States has played a role in continuing the violence when we need to play a role in ending it.
And I hear what you're saying about you don't want to draw specific boundaries. I understand that. But I think it's important to dissect what a two-state solution would actually entail. Do you believe that should involve some sort of reparations for Palestinian land that has been stolen? Because increasingly, if you look at the map of the West Bank, it's being taken over by Israel. So there would have to be either a forcible removal or Palestinians would have to be crammed into even smaller and smaller territory.
Yeah. And again, I go back to the United States role, a legislator's role should be in helping to facilitate between the negotiators and something that
I support a two-state solution. Yeah, that solution is completely unworkable and makes no sense because of these facts. Well, as a legislator, my role is to just facilitate the negotiations. So what Mallory's really saying when she says two-state solution is the one-state reality continues. And by the way, this is not something that is like, this isn't even like a left-wing point at this. This isn't even a left-wing argument at this point. The New York Times put out this video in 2023.
We must keep pursuing peace. We must keep pursuing a path. We must keep pursuing peace. We must keep pursuing a path so that Israel and the Palestinian people can both live safely, in security, in dignity, and in peace. For me, that means a two-state solution.
Two-state solution.
Two-state solution.
Two-state solution.
And a two-state solution.
We, the people of Palestine, hereby offer the Israelis an alternative path to peace. Approach us as equals within a two-state solution.
Let me say to you, the Palestinians, we are destined to live together on the same soil, in the same land.
And they want to give peace a real chance.
A historic reconciliation between our two peoples.
We wish the Palestinian people peace.
The existence of settlements considered illegal by the international community has fueled this conflict as Palestinians fight Israeli occupation.
Carnage in the heart of Jerusalem after bus number 19 was blown apart by a suicide bomber.
Two states living side by side.
Two states for two peoples.
Two states side by side.
Two-state solution.
Two states where Israelis and Palestinians each live in peace and security.
I am convinced there will be peace between the Palestinians and us based on a two-state solution. I don't have the slightest doubt.
Israel remains fully committed to the solution of two states for two peoples.
The two-state solution.
A two-state solution.
Two-state solution.
Israel's prime minister is threatening more attacks on Gaza if Palestinian fighters violate the ceasefire.
Hamas now threatening in its harsh words to, quote, open the gates of hell.
That's two states for two people.
Two states for two peoples.
A two-state solution.
It's a two-state solution.
A two-state solution is a win-win situation.
Two states for two people.
Two-state solution.
A two-state solution.
Two-state solution.
For me, that means a two-state solution.
So, I mean, and by the way, they had Netanyahu in there talking about a two-state solution, and then he goes and in Hebrew, he says, I did everything I can to make the two-state solution impossible. So anytime somebody tells you two-state solution, that's a fraud. That's a defense of the status quo. They're lying through their fucking teeth. Between the Medicare for all answer and the two-state solution answer, it's a joke. Even if Mallory said, the reason why Mallory won't answer the question about what the borders would be is because that would mean forcing Israeli settlers out of their illegal settlements. And that would mean she would lose all support of the Zionists who are secretly propping up her campaign.
Allows for that peace and security for Palestinians alongside Israelis. I don't believe that that is my role to dictate, to put on to the people who do live there what they should be fighting for their own lives.
I want to push back, though, a little bit on, you know, your role as a senator. Sort of, you're presenting it as like a little bit detached from the peace process there. Whereas, like, we know that Israel's sort of violent and ongoing expansion now into Lebanon, as you mentioned, it's only possible because of ongoing bipartisan U.S. support. And so I wonder if you continue to support defensive weapons infrastructure to Israel, how you see yourself as utilizing any of the leverage you could have as a U.S. senator in this situation. And I guess how you think, because like this two-state solution line, right? It's the party line for a long time.
Since the 90s.
And it just hasn't borne out. I think probably everyone on all sides of this issue could agree with that. And so I wonder how you are breaking from the establishment in a way that would...
She's breaking from the establishment by repeating exactly what the establishment thinks on healthcare and on Israel. Wow, what a fret. Well, did you consider she's a Gen X chungus? Did you ever see her quirky head cut out? She danced around. She's a quirky chungus. And she likes narwhal bacon?
Materially benefit the people who, frankly, like my tax dollars are killing.
Yeah, and I'm glad that you framed it that way, because I think there's a difference, Matt, in how you asked your question versus Emma. One is the specific framework of the borders of the nations. The other is, what leverage does the Congress have to help facilitate this negotiation?
What leverage does little old America have over our little puppet? What leverage? We're only fighting a war for them on multiple fronts, and we've given them $400 billion. And that doesn't count all the military spending for all the wars in the Middle East that were in large part catalyzed by Israel's existence. So narwhal epic bacon?
I would have voted alongside the 40 out of 47 senators who voted in the past Sanders resolution blocking arms sales. And let's acknowledge how stunning it is that a year ago, that number was significantly smaller than it is today. My views on this have evolved because the reality on the ground has evolved. It has been horrifying to watch how Benjamin Netanyahu and the far-right government have prosecuted this ongoing war against Palestinians, against Lebanese, against Yemenis, in a way that the United States cannot support. Simply put, the Congress holds the power of the purse, holds the power of funding and resolutions, and that is where I would view my role in coming in is keeping an open door to everybody within our community. Michigan is a very diverse state where we have the largest Arab American population living side by side with a very significant Jewish population. And Matt, your question is the universal truth. I was in an Uber a couple of weeks ago, and the driver said almost exactly what you said, which is, how can our country afford to continue bombing other countries when we can't pay for our own kids? That is where we need to step in and say enough is enough, and we need to bring this to an end.
I mean, you mentioned that how in Michigan you have people of different faiths, Muslim, Jewish people, Arab people living side by side. I think it's very American to believe in multiculturalism as an ethic, in that it engenders understanding, and when you can live alongside people who maybe have different views than you, it reduces the capacity for hatred. It's why we don't believe in things like segregation and apartheid, but Israel is an apartheid state. And, you know, when we're talking about who has the right to have land and to live in peace, I mean, we're recording this right now on the anniversary of the Nakba. And the Palestinians have been ethnically cleansed since, you could say 1948, but prior to that, from the land that is now Israel. Do you not believe in multiculturalism as an ethic for Israel and Palestine? Because a shared land would be, in my view, American, and also the solution that we saw in South Africa that could provide fairness for everybody involved.
Yeah, and it may very well be. There are people who have worked on this issue for far longer than I have. And I always try to check my own bias at the door. I can't possibly understand what it is like to live in the middle of the Middle East. I can't imagine what it is like to have my home stolen from me, to have my family killed. And I want to leave the door open. I think it's important for anybody who holds the role of a senator as a legislator to...
And that's why I'm going to continue to support the people stealing the land and murdering the families, because I can't imagine what it's like. I literally don't have empathy.
Check their own bias at the door, be open and objective. And if there is, and I've heard from both the Jewish community and the Arab community, that you're right, Emma, a two-state solution has been something that has been attempted for a very long time. We have failed to accomplish that so far. Perhaps a multicultural solution.
By the way, the idea of the two-state solution is literally it's not a real two-state solution, right? Because the Palestinian state could have a military. They could, and what if they invited a Chinese base? Chinese naval base on the Mediterranean, Chinese naval base, Chinese Air Force base, right? Would they be able to have their own military? Would they ever be able to buy Chinese anti-air defenses, Chinese surveillance, Chinese tanks, Chinese guns, Chinese mines? Would they be able to build up their independent military? Would they be able to develop their economy? Would they have control of their airspace? Would they have control of their water? If the answer is no, then that's not really a state. That is an occupation zone. It's a colony. It's a territory. It's a protectorate. It's a subject.
Where people are living side by side is a better solution, but I want that to come from the people who live there. It shouldn't be the role of me to assert my views on residents of another country.
Yeah, I'll move on a little bit, but I think it's just, to me, it's like Israel, who is the occupying power in this dynamic, I mean, as recognized by international law, does not want a multicultural state. Obviously, that is, when they say like, oh, you guys want to destroy Israel, what they're talking about is a destruction of the apartheid system. What they're talking about is bringing in equality. And so I guess I want to stay on for a second, like how you could use your leverage as a US senator to stop this violence, which we all agree has to stop, right? Like we mentioned, you draw a distinction between Israel's defensive and offensive weapons infrastructure and currently support funding for the defensive part of that, like the Iron Dome. I think a lot of people, though, might disagree with that distinction and say that Israel's defensive capabilities enable their offensive capabilities. Like, the Iron Dome allows Israel, one might say, to operate with impunity because they don't face the same threat of retaliation. So what would you say to that?
I hear you. As you can imagine, this is a conversation we have every single day in a state like ours, where...
And you still don't have a good answer for it. Doesn't seem like you're, my general feeling about this is, what I really don't like about people like Mallory McMorrow is, I would like her to just be more honest. Be like, listen, Zionists have a lot of money, and you guys don't. So I'm going to go with the money. And they're going to do a lot of ads saying how great I am. And they're going to spend a lot of money against Abdul. And they're going to question his credentials. Meanwhile, I worked at Mattel for 3 years before moving across the country to be a senator. And then I had a quirky Chungus viral speech. And now I'm going to be your senator because I'm willing to sell out because I'm a mediocre person. Dr. Abdul, twice over, he's a talented, intelligent man. Being a senator would lower him. For her, what else would she be doing? Figuring out what color the Malibu Barbie's new convertible should be? Like, what the fuck are we saying? And I'm not insulting her because she's a woman. She literally worked for Mattel as an industrial designer. Like, that was her job, right? Making a new logo. Graphic design is her passion, literally. I'm sorry, but like, this is just embarrassing.
We have vastly different viewpoints on the right course of action in the Middle East.
What is their viewpoint? We're trying to figure out what the fuck your viewpoint is.
Go in with an open...
Oh, LOL, because that sounded really misogynistic. Oh, yeah, sorry. Just for the context. She worked for Barbie, okay? Does the Barbie movie have a lesson? Barbie is political, says former Mattel toy designer turned Michigan state senator. Fortunately for state senator Mallory McMorrow, D. Royal Oak, her office where she worked at Mattel as a toy designer looked nothing like the sterile gray cubicle farm portraying the company's headquarters in the blockbuster hit film Barbie. Okay, am I safe from the allegations of misogyny? Can I move on?
In mind and to listen and to make the right, most objective decision that I possibly can. And as I said at the outset, it is increasingly the view of even Netanyahu himself that he wants to be able to do it on his own and doesn't want to rely on foreign aid. There seems to be a recognition that they are going at everything they possibly can and are losing the support of the world. They're losing the support of Americans. And I will always, my pledge is to always be objective. You know, I am not so tied to an individual viewpoint that I'm not willing to change my mind when the facts on the ground change.
I guess then to that end, why do you support funding to Israel's defense infrastructure? What is, I guess, sort of your positive vision in supporting that policy? You know what I mean?
Because I don't think anybody should live in fear of being bombed or killed. I would look at how do we support defensive systems for Palestinians? How would we support defensive systems for Lebanese?
Should they get an Iron Dome too, the Palestinians?
Well, let's talk about that as a conversation.
Let's talk about it.
Well, I mean, the horror.
Mallory McMorrow comes out to spend $100 billion on constituting the Hamas military. Better defense. I mean, all we have to do is leak some of the F-35 and the F-22 specs to China, right? We don't even need to, like, Mallory McMorrow advocating for American military forces to be made more vulnerable. That's a lot cheaper than giving them $100 billion for Iron Dome missiles, right? Just leak the specs to China so they can come up with better countermeasures.
Of living in fear of being bombed.
Why did the article call her senator? She's a state senator.
Bombed constantly. Let's work with the outcome of how do we end the violence, period.
But I mean,
but then backing away from that, how do we protect people?
I think then, though, that sort of probes at, like, maybe we're coming from different worldviews here a little bit, because my worldview, and I think one that Emma has been talking about as well, is like multiculturalism, where we live amongst each other and where multiculturalism and a respect for one another keeps us safe. And so, like, I don't want to talk about like everyone getting their Iron Dome and everyone arming up and everyone getting more and more defensive and offensive and everyone getting more violent and everyone. I mean, you know, I just did an episode that actually comes out today, which I'm very excited about, with Naomi Klein, about Tucker Carlson's worldview that he has been espousing as of late. And he does view the world that way, where, you know, in America, we should bunker down and have our white Christian nation, and everyone else is bunkered down in their own very racialized nations as well, with like tons of weapons, and we're all segregated. And like, I just find that to be such a grim reality, you know?
Yeah.
And so I think, like, I'm wondering if your politics could come from a different place philosophically, where it's not like, what about funding also the Palestinian Iron Dome, where it's about taking away the Iron Dome from Israel, this thing that, in my opinion, allows them to continue operating as a genocidal apartheid state unchecked.
Well, and I think where you and I find agreement here is exactly that. Ideally, we should be at a place where we're not armed to the teeth against each other. We are a multicultural society in our country, and yet we have more guns than we have people in the United States. I sat on the state Senate floor below 4 men with AR-15s and full tactical vests who, I promise you, wanted me dead. That is not the world that I want to live in. The goal, yes, is let's have multicultural societies where we're not attacking each other. I do start at that place.
Well, that's what Israel is against. That's what the Jewish state means. It means that people of the Israeli Zionist identity have a state where they are superior to all other ethnicities and religions, right? That's why in Israel, you're not allowed to say that you're an Israeli. That's not allowed. You have to call yourselves Arab or Jew. That's what you have to say. You cannot be Palestinian. You cannot be Israeli. They don't allow it. I'm serious. A lot of these stuff that I'm saying may shock you. It may seem like I'm saying insane shit that's not true. Supreme Court rejects Israeli nationality status, allowing citizens to relinquish ethnic or religious identity in the population registry would undermine Israel's Jewishness, ruling says. You're not allowed to say you're Israeli. You cannot say you're Israeli. Israel's population registry lists a slew of nationalities and ethnicities, among them Jew, Arab, Druze, and more. But one word is conspicuously absent from the list: Israeli. Residents cannot identify themselves as Israeli in the National Registry because the move could have far-reaching consequences for the country's Jewish character. The ruling was a response to a demand by 21 Israelis, most of whom are officially registered as Jews, that the court decide whether they can be listed as Israeli in the registry. The group had argued that without a secular Israeli identity, Israeli policies which will favor Jews and discriminate against minorities. So you're not allowed. Do you get what I'm saying? So she's saying she supports multiculturalism, but she wants Israel to remain an ethno-state.
And I want to make sure that I go in recognizing that I would have a responsibility. I have a responsibility today as a state senator to check my personal beliefs at the door sometimes and make decisions that are in the best interest of protecting as many people as possible.
And do you think the Iron Dome is in service of that?
I would love to get to a place where it's not needed, period, for anybody.
Does anybody fall for this shit? Does anybody fall for this nonsense? I'm just such a peacenik, man. Why we've got to spend hundreds of billions of dollars on Israel's military? Because I'm just such a peacenik. And I just lament the fact that Israel has got to have those 1,000-pound bombs to drop on kids. Just a shame. Just a shame. I'm going to never answer the question.
Okay. Do you believe Israel has committed and is committing a genocide?
Yeah, we went through this on our campaign. Based on the legal definition, I've said this, I do believe that it meets the definition. What I also heard in response from many of my constituents who had family that...
Okay. Do you believe that so-and-so has been murdered? Well, according to the legal definition of murder, yes, I feel like the person a human being was intentionally killed with malice aforethought. An unprivileged killing with malice aforethought. That's what I think happened. But, you know, the murderer said...
they lost in the Holocaust is there is such a personal, visceral reaction to that word.
Yo, one of my relatives died like 100 years ago, and therefore my support of a state doing it now means that you're not allowed to call it what it legally is. What the fuck are you saying? Are you saying the feelings of random people thousands of miles across the planet is more important than children being annihilated because of their race and ethnicity and religion? Are you okay?
That moves us apart from each other. And when I believe that most people in both the Jewish community and the Arab community and people who are not impacted want the same outcome, why would we spend our time debating whether or not you agree with the definition of a word and recognizing we have the coalition who wants the same thing? How do we keep them together?
I think that the definition is important because if...
Listen. You want to get him, you want to call him a murderer. I want to call him, you know, a killer, you know? Hey, see, the thing is, those definitions have legal meanings, right? Because if it's a genocide, then it's unlawful to support it, right? You can't give weapons to somebody committing a genocide. So Mallory McMorrow's desire to give money and weapons to Israel, if they're committing a genocide, would make her a genocide supporter. So that's why the definition is important.
International law, and we're seeing right now the Trump administration and
the Biden administration.
Frankly, the Biden administration was also a part of the degradation of international law and the rules-based international order. And, you know, there was a Quinnipiac poll from August 2025 this has probably increased since then, that 77% of Democrats, over half of independents, believe that Israel is committing genocide. Don't you think that it's important to articulate that just to support international law at a time when the foreign policy of the United States, and by extension Israel, is might makes right?
I think it is important to listen to everybody that I would be asking for faith and trust to represent, and to build the coalition that we need to hit the same goals. There is no doubt that war crimes have been committed. There is no doubt that the pain and suffering at the vast expense of our taxpayer dollars, Matt, to your point, that we continue to pay for this.
But you support giving them more money. You support giving them more money. That's what you just said. You want to give them more money. Guys, listen. Okay, she wants to give Iron Dome funding. Here's the best way to understand that as an analogy. Let's imagine that your neighbor is a serial killer, right? And he likes to go around shooting people in the head on the street. But you're old friends, so he's not going to shoot you. In fact, he shoots people that you kind of don't like that much, all right? But it's getting really bad because he's going into your enemy's houses and killing all the kids too, right? So you're starting to look bad. And sometimes when he storms the house, he gets shot at. You know, when he storms one of these people's houses to kill everyone inside, he gets shot at sometimes. So he's got a bulletproof vest, but it's been hit a couple times, so it's no longer secure. He needs a new bulletproof vest so he can keep killing people. If you go to the store and buy him a new bulletproof vest and you go, listen, I'm just trying to preserve life, right? Nobody should be shot to death. I think everybody could agree that we don't want anybody to be shot to death. Am I right? Am I right? And you give the guy the bulletproof vest. Do you think it would be reasonable for everybody to say, hey, it seems like you like this guy going around murdering everybody? You kind of seem like an accomplice of that guy. Just something to ponder. Just something to ponder. Buying the bulletproof vest for the serial killer makes you an accomplice in all the murders he's doing.
Needs to end. And I want to keep my people together at a moment when so much of the emphasis is on how to tear them apart.
Yeah, I don't mean to be pedantic. I really, really don't with like the genocide label. But I think to me, identifying it as a genocide is important to, like Emma said, give an internationally understood and legal label to what is currently happening to a group of people. And to me, like anyone's feelings about that word, I think are not as important as like recognizing what is still happening to people right now, which is a genocide under international law, you know?
How does your family feel about it? How are those conversations going?
Well, you know, it
depends on the family
member. On the family member, and it's tense. But ultimately, I assume, you know, you're asking that because I'm Jewish, and you'd be right for that, because it's, especially intergenerationally, it's a tense conversation because people have, you know, different levels of Zionist indoctrination and also differing sort of proximities to the Holocaust and the timeline. But I think, though, the difficult conversations that are happening within my family are less important than the reality of what is happening to the Palestinian people.
So we've had those same conversations. My husband is Jewish, and though I'm a step removed, there are certainly really, really hard conversations, to your point, among generations, within families. I respectfully disagree, and I believe the responsibility of a legislator, somebody who represents, I'm asking for the trust to represent 10 million people in a very diverse state that is a purple state, that could very easily go to the Republicans. My greatest joy in this job as a legislator is when I get to help people one-on-one and when I get to be a part of their story. And keeping coalitions together is hard work. And I believe...
Guys, the virulent Zionists, they're all voting Democrat, guys. They're not going to vote for the even more virulent Islamophobic racist who's going to be running. They want to vote for the Democrat. They want to vote for the Democrat, guys. We're going to lose a lot of people from the youth and from the Muslim community, which is the largest in Michigan. And that we saw that exactly happen during 2024. But do 2024 again, Mallory McMorrow.
believe we can respect international law and the ICC and have a legislator who respects their stances and understands that in order to move forward to the goal that I think all of us on this call share, is to keep a state like mine together and to not let this issue tear people apart. Because if it...
Remember when she endorsed this open genocide supporter? New Senate candidate Mallory McMorrow has endorsed Jordan Acker, a vocally pro-Israel candidate for re-election at the University of Michigan Board of Regents. This endorsement comes after years of Regent Acker persecuting anti-genocide student protesters in that same role. 2024, Acker helped lead the charge among UM regents to get the state's AG involved and crack down on constitutionally protected free speech on campus. In 2025, he visited Israel, meeting with President Herzog and obfuscating Israel's complicity in genocide by painting a picture of a complex conflict with shades of gray. He noted that the way that students on his campus talk about the genocide hasn't served Israelis and the importance of UM's ongoing relationship with Israel. Proudly endorsed by Mallory McMorrow. Disgusting.
If we let it tear us apart, we get Mike Rogers. Trump gets a win, and there is no love lost on the other side of the aisle here, with an administration that allowed Benjamin Netanyahu to convince us to go to war with Iran.
I think, you know, because we're still in the primary, especially, like I'm pressing, you know, Democrats a little bit more on this because we're not yet really talking about the general. And, you know, you say that it's more important to keep the coalition together than to sort of fracture over this one issue. But I don't know. I think for me, and I'm not trying to be antagonistic at all, I promise. But sort of when I look at what a candidate like Dr. Abdul El-Sayed is doing around this issue, it doesn't feel like we actually have to abandon dignity and actual justice for Palestinians to keep that coalition together. I mean, like we said at the beginning, you guys are all, you know, neck and neck.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I don't think we need to either. And that's not my goal at all.
I guess, you know, we on this topic, we've exhausted it a little bit, but you also have groups like Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, and the Israeli organization itself, B'Tselem, calling it a genocide. So I read that out just because I think that when we're talking about how to keep a coalition together, the 77% of Democrats that think Israel's committing genocide, the 90% of Democrats that have a negative view of Israel or don't want to send them more money, that would, I would imagine, be the position that would be as unifying as possible, because it appears like this is kind of a consensus opinion now within the Democratic base.
I mean, I hear that it's reflective in polls and reading polls and asserting how campaigns should be run based off of polls is not a way that you win in a state like ours. And Matt, I hear that you don't want to talk about
polls and morality, both polls and international law and morality.
And talking about morality, Trump put out an AI-generated video of Trump Gaza. And
right, but you support the same people. Like that's our point. You are part of the same group. That's you. We're the ones saying that's bad. You're the one who wants to work with Trump to fund Israel's Iron Dome, you fucking loser.
Has told us we cannot afford daycare, we cannot afford Medicare, we cannot afford Medicaid. And not only
You're
that,
the one who says the same shit.
But that states should tax themselves even more to pay for those selfish things so that we can pay for a war that he took us into because Netanyahu convinced him to do so. And every single Republican in the House and the Senate refused to vote on the War Powers Resolution. So I agree. You'll find agreement. And I live and serve in a deeply purple state that has to focus on November and Mike Rogers and the tens of millions of dollars that will be funneled into this state, because it is a coalition of as many people in the state as possible. You don't win in Michigan without independents. You don't win in Michigan without Republicans. So it is keeping the Democrats together, keeping the Democrats engaged, keeping our diverse communities together to recognize we have the shared goals. We do. And it's hard work, and it's work that I'm in every single day. So hopefully you see there's not disagreement here, but it is the work every single day in keeping our people together so that we don't lose a seat to somebody who would rubber stamp everything Trump wants to do, who will certainly not end this war or secure security for Palestinians anytime soon if it were up to him.
Yeah, and I'll wrap up. I know you probably have to run, busy day running a campaign. I think neither of us would argue that like every Republican is doing all of this and worse, much worse. And none of us would argue, in favor of anything Trump is doing. I just think especially, during a primary season when we are, being given the chance to put our what we think is our best Democrat forward, that we're, pushing you on some of these issues, because I think something that I'm sure you've heard is that a lot of Democratic voters feel like we have an establishment that isn't fighting sufficiently.
And I 100% agree with you.
Yeah.
This is a party that's not meeting this moment, not only on this issue, but on voting rights, on civil rights, on childcare and healthcare and housing.
Notice that all this shit is just pablum. It almost sounds like she's about to say a point, but it ends up, when you actually try to touch any of these issues, it's just missed, right? Her healthcare plan is a made-up public option that's going to go nowhere. Her housing plan is what? Removing regulations on developers, making it so they don't have to put air filters into the HVAC system so kids get asthma so they save $10. Like, none of this childcare, what? Is a tax credit, raising the tax credit for childcare? Like, that's not delivering any of those things. It's tax cut, deregulation, tax cut.
Much at stake here, which is why I'm doing what I can. I believe truly that we built a blueprint in Michigan, in the legislature, when we flipped control of the legislature for the first time in my entire lifetime, that we can take with us to Washington and build a party that knows how to fight and knows how to win and knows how to actually get things done for people.
Totally. And I just want to mention, like, as a New Yorker, I got to rep my city and, push back on the idea that we have to make these sort of like middle of the road concessions on some of these issues, especially like a humanitarian issue. We had Mayor Zoran Mamdani, who just won in my city. And, 1 in 10 Mamdani voters also voted for Trump. There was a small but mighty MAGA for Mamdani coalition, and you know what? It's confounding, but that's, I guess,
amazing.
It's amazing. It's how
Wait,
the
are
world...
you pro Mamdani? Ask her if she would endorse Zoran Mamdani for re-election. Are you a big fan of Mamdani? I mean, maybe not ask her, because maybe she'll say yes. I don't fucking know, but it would be funny to try. Do you endorse Zoran Mamdani? Do you like Zoran Mamdani?
Works, and he's someone who really didn't concede on his beliefs on any of these issues. So of course I would be remiss if I did not encourage you to do the same. Mallory, thank you so much for joining today. I really mean it. It's a pleasure to be able to talk to you.
Thanks so much.
Yeah, likewise. Thank you to you both.
Cool. And that is our interview. I've been really enjoying talking to candidates, honestly, more than I thought I would. And making these sort of like auxiliary episodes has just been a sort of nice...
I can't believe Mallory McMorrow did this. Ugh.
Creative outlet for me, in addition to like the
I gotta get her on my stream
episodes we make over here. I want to thank Mallory again for coming on and giving us her time, especially given that she probably knew we'd disagree on some things. She was gracious for that, truly. And I owe it to you, the listener, to say that I struggled to make sense of some of what Mallory McMorrow put forth here, particularly as it pertains to the funding of Israel's defense infrastructure. She initially defended that policy by saying it's what keeps people safe. But I don't know. Does it? I think it keeps one group of people safe while enabling the ongoing violent oppression of another group of people. But toward the end of the conversation, she backed away from defending that policy on its merits, instead saying, sometimes we as politicians must put our personal beliefs aside for the sake of building a larger coalition. And okay, but as Emma said, there's tons of emerging data that shows continued aid to Israel is no longer a popular position in the Democratic Party. To which Mallory said that she isn't running a campaign on polling data. Fair enough. But if you're not running on polling data and you're also not running off of your belief system, then I struggle to make sense of where exactly these policy positions are coming from.
They're coming from donors. You forgot the third option. Donors, connected, establishment, money, corporations, lobbyists. Not going by your values, not going by the voters. Where's the secret third option? Money.
And to me, it's this opaqueness in decision making.
You don't
that
say.
is the frustrating thing about the Democratic establishment, which Mallory claims to be breaking from. Anyway, that's my show. Hope you liked it.
Can we get a standing ovation? Holy shit, they killed it. Oh my God, did they kill it? Holy fucking hell. Watch this immediately. Watch this immediately. You watch this whole thing with me. You go, you like, you watch the video again, you give them the views, you subscribe right fucking now. All right, everybody. That's going to be it for me today. We went a little bit long because we had to cover that amazing interview. That was fucking based. Holy shit. That reminds me, chat, we have a new episode of the Reaction Podcast. Oh, I said reaction. The Reaction Podcast, chat. We've got a new episode on the YouTube for Stefan Molyneux. Stefan Molyneux. If you want to know where the fuck all the creepy libertarians went, you gotta follow. Why the Candace Owens? No one gave a shit about Candace Owens, but it's okay. We'll have to get a guest to do a Candace Owens part 2. Stefan Molyneux is really kind of like the grandfather of the online right. Kind of like libertarian to alt-right pipeline went right fully through Stefan Molyneux. And Freda, Gopnik, and I, we absolutely go through all of the kind of intellectual and social and algorithmic logic that led to the shit right-wing internet we have today. And Stefan Molyneux is an incredibly important pillar of that nonsense. So make sure you're there. Go subscribe to the Reaction Podcast. We're already on episode 10. Episode 10. So you're looking at like 30 hours of content already on all your favorite moronic dipshits. We have Clavicular with Liv Agar. We had Asmongold with Hassan Piker. We had Tim Pool with Samuel Cedar. So get in there. Check it out. It's an amazing show. You'll love it. You'll enjoy it. I'm going to call it there, chat. Thank you so much for all the support today. You guys are the best. And I'm going to send you to Freda just so he can propagandize more for the Reaction Podcast. All right, everybody. Stay safe. Solidarity forever, my friends. You guys are the best. Free Palestine. And remember, if you're in Philadelphia, make sure you are out there volunteering for Chris Robb. The election is tomorrow, so get out there. GOTV. Make sure your vote is counted. I'll see you all soon. Hope you had a wonderful day. I know I did. Peace out. Did I say Rob? Rab. Chris Rab. All right, everybody. See you. Peace.